what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is the mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Hey, money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Before the
Don't get brazen with me.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's me, Legal Vices. We are here. It is trial day 2 and 3. And looks like I've got to adjust the blur a little bit on the background blur is affecting the hat. And we can't have that. That's just not right, is it? Righto. Let's see here. Where are we? You changed the camera. I know. Duh. All right. Well, all right. There we go. Boom. Right. Guess this is as good as we're getting. How are we all doing today? It's me, as I said, Legal Vices. What's our drink of the day? Today's drink. I was going to make a cocktail, the same cocktail that I made yesterday when I was trying way too quickly to get here and I wasn't paying attention, and I sort of made a really, really bad quadruple, weird El Presidente. But today, the whiskey for today is Glen Grant Arboralis. The Arboralis Grant, it's not one of the higher end Glen Grants. It's sort of it's a non-age statement Glen Grant, but it's a nice little pour. It's not bad straight. I'd probably be better in a mixer with something, but it's got a low price point. It's got all the things you'd expect from Glen Grant. It smells like apples and peaches, lots of fruits, a little bit of vanilla with a little hint of caramel on top. A little bit of butterscotch and apples. A little bit of a whiskey burn there. It is 40%, but it does have a lovely little apple aftertaste. So if you're looking for a good budget scotch that's not terrible but won't break the bank, you want to go with something from Glen Grant. Glen Grant Arboralis is a great place to start. That's the whiskey of the day. So now what are we doing here for the trial? All right, as we've said what we're going to be doing yesterday, we're going to be showing the afternoon session of day 2 now. And then we will catch up, hopefully, with the morning session of day 3, which is today. So that's kind of how we're going to go through this. We'll do the previous day's afternoon session first, and then catch up and watch today's morning together. So there we go. Kim Farnham says you love the glass. This is a Glencairn glass. It's specifically designed for whiskey tasting. It's there's a whole science behind it. We should get into that someday, maybe on an F It Friday. Will Bronco be joining you? Asked Salvador Dali. I sure hope so. I'm getting ready to send him the link as we speak. He usually doesn't get into the office for at least another hour, but we'll have to see how it goes. Hey, Andrew, the link is here. Let's see. The link is here. Starting now. Come and join if and when you can. The door is always open. There we go. It's away. And there's also someone else that might possibly be joining us today. He was in court yesterday, so he couldn't join us, but we'll have to see how it goes. No OJ Thursday this week because we've got this trial going on. Hopefully it'll be over by next week. If not, we'll have to think of something. We might have to have an OJ Saturday or something, because I miss OJ. I miss the OJ. I miss the Barry Sheck beatdown of Dennis Fung. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like to watch a good beatdown? But all right, we got a lot of ground to cover here today, so let's get the background stuff. Let's get the housekeeping stuff done right out of the gate, and then jump straight into this, because there's a lot to cover, and the trial is going live in an hour. So we're going to be playing catch up the entire day, and luckily some of the people speak slowly, so we can go up to 1.5 speed for most of the day. All right, we have the like and subscribe poll up. 151 of you here now, 91 likes already. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you go down there and hit the subscribe button. And as always, if you are subscribed, if you think you're subscribed, just double check to make sure. YouTube's doing its purge. I know I've been talking about this for weeks now, but again, we went up, we went back down, we went, and we're just riding this little wave. We got to get through it. It'll happen, but yeah, they just unsubscribe you. So make sure you're still subscribed. And then once you've done that, once you've liked and subscribed, go on over here and take our like and subscribe poll, which we put up every day, just to remind you. Today's like and subscribe poll is why you hit the like and subscribe buttons. You came for OJ, but you're staying for this because it's not law and cuck. To fight the power, and of course the self-serving narcissistic answer for me, because we love you. Those are your choices today. Hit the like and subscribe button, take the poll. We'll check in on it in about an hour and see how it's going. We'll do a few other things as the trial progresses. As always, for the trial streams, when super chats come up, we will put them across the bottom of the screen. We'll save them and read them later and address them later at the natural break points or other points when you just need to take a little bit of a rest. Otherwise, we'll try to read. I'll try to read as many of the chats as I can. Well, if anything particularly catches my notice, I'll address that as well. As always, super chats are not required. They are, however, encouraged and gratefully accepted. We've got Doggo Cam locked and loaded there. We all know that that's pretty self-explanatory. Yoda is already asleep, and Strawberry is licking the floor at my feet. So Doggo Cam is there. Like and subscribe, super chat, all that other stuff. And if you're just new to this, there is a super thanks button if you're part of the replay crew where you can sort of super chat but say super thanks. All right, enough grifting. Let's get on. Let's get on with the show. This is the trial of Officer Andrew Mitchell. He's a former Columbus, Ohio Vice Squad officer. He was indicted on murder and voluntary manslaughter charges in the death of a 23-year-old Donna Castleberry, who apparently had a drug addiction and had turned to she had become a woman of negotiable affections in order to support her drug habit. And it's being argued. He is arguing it was self-defense. He was trying to arrest her. She resisted and stabbed him in the hand. So he shot her. He fired 6 shots. And today, the trial today is going to answer a lot of your questions. Where was he when he shot? They're going to show the whole video that we saw a little part of the video yesterday. They're going to talk about it. They're going to put the officers on the stand. So there's going to be a lot of questions answered today. So that's what he's saying. He's saying it was all self-defense. The prosecution is saying, no, he murdered her in cold blood because they argue that he was picking her up and basically kidnapping her and forcing her to have intercourse with him in exchange for him not charging her. And she defended herself by stabbing him, and then he got angry and shot 6 times at her, hit her with 3 rounds, killing her at the scene. Those are the 2 sides of the argument. Let's see what the evidence shows. Again, I've got my opinion. I'm kind of thinking that he should probably be convicted, but I have to see what the evidence is going to show, because I believe that if the state cannot discharge their burden of proof, if the state cannot, beyond a reasonable doubt, provide proof that this person is guilty, then he should go free regardless of whether he did it or not. That's an unpopular opinion, but that is the foundation of justice in America. You are innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by fair evidence presented to a jury of your peers. If you cannot beat that, if you cannot meet that standard, you must acquit a defendant, even if you believe, think, hope, wish, or desire him to be guilty. Why? Because that protects the truly innocent. It's the statement, 100 guilty people should go free rather than 1 innocent person be convicted. But so let's see what the evidence shows. Yesterday wasn't much of anything. There was really no shocking testimony. Today is everybody's favorite day in a trial. This is introduction of photograph and video evidence day. So there's going to be a lot of the, what is this a picture of? Who took it? How did you get there? The main witness is the guy who put together the audio from the car, from the officer's car, and the CCTV camera footage from a building. So you can kind of see what's happening vaguely if you look really close and use your imagination. At the same time, things are happening. A little bit sleepy says, was she high? There is evidence that she had a quantity of drugs in her system, but it doesn't mean you get to kill somebody because they're high, you know. And it does, just because she's on drugs doesn't mean she did what she's being accused of, by the defense. So, you know, right. And that is one of the very interesting things about the state of Ohio, which I mentioned at the beginning of yesterday. And then when Andrew Branca came on, he also mentioned it. It was at that point in time, they've changed the law, but at that point in time, it was the only state that still had on their books that the defense must prove that they reasonably acted in self-defense. The law now has changed to where the burden is on the prosecution to prove that they did not act in self-defense. But at this point in time, Ohio was the one holdout state that required the police officer or whoever was being accused of a crime of proving that they acted in self-defense. Another interesting thing, which you're going to see throughout the trial today, is Ohio lawyer, LawTube Sean, potentially criminal. He mentioned something very interesting, that Ohio allows cross-examination on any topic. In most places, in most jurisdictions, cross-examination is limited to what was discussed on direct examination. But apparently in Ohio, you can cross-examination on anything that is related to the trial. The scope under Ohio Rules of Evidence 611B, it's the scope of cross-examination. It says cross-examination shall be permitted on all relevant matters and matters affecting credibility. So even if it's not brought up on direct examination, you can still cross-examination on something if it's relevant and if it affects credibility. So that's something that's really interesting, and watch that, because you're going to see a lot of stuff that you're going to be wondering, well, why they didn't talk about this on direct evidence? Why are they talking about it now? The answer is that under the Rules of Evidence of Ohio, they can. So let's check it out. We will go up here. Oh, but first, let me do the other stuff. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Where are we at here? Happy Thursday. Remember to get laid before the nukes fly. You know, I just found out watching Meme Copium stream a few minutes ago that apparently there was a missile launch today. We just don't care over here in Korea because it happens all the time and it's not pointed at us. It makes some footnotes in the news. It happens every couple of weeks. So yeah, I just learned there was one this morning about a few minutes ago. So thank you very much for the super chat, Brandon, kicking us off there, putting us on our way to our first little drinky poo of the evening, as well as releasing Doggo Cam. And following on the foothills of on the heels of Let's Go Brandon, it's Flux, Mocha Dick Poon XOXO, fully adjustable. I'm here. Migraine day yesterday. I feel so weird when I miss a stream. What the F is this trial? LMAO. Well, strap yourself in and enjoy it, because it's a wild one. And tell your friends about this trial because they need to see it. It's quite interesting, I think. All right, here we go. We're bringing this up. Boom. Law and Crime. Starting the afternoon session from yesterday. We can bump up the speed here, I believe, for the first part for 1.25. Wait a minute. That's subtitles. All right, subtitles must be on. Boom. And playback speed, we can bump it up to 1.25 at the beginning, but then a little bit later, we're going to be able to bump it up to 1.5. But when they're showing the video of the incident, I will put it back on normal speed. So with that in mind, let's go. And oh, by the way, there's only audio in the left ear. The right ear is like way down the right. And it's quiet. So we'll pump up the volume a little bit. And this should be good. I'll talk over this guy and you can tell me how it sounds.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. Then you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you please tell this jury who you are and what you do for a living?
My name is Detective Gregory Shepard.
This is the guy that made the video.
I'm in the cold case.
That made the
yes, sir.
How long have you been working with
the compiled video? Tell me, how do I sound? How is my video compared to the court? Does it sound great? Can I leave it alone?
I just review older cases from like the 80s and 90s and see if we can try to solve those cases.
And what were you doing back in August of 18 for Columbus Police?
I was a homicide detective and I was also on the CERT team. It's the Critical Incident Response Team.
And are you the one that we saw running around out there yesterday
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct,
I
Joe.
appreciate you getting all that together for us.
That's no problem.
Can you tell us, generally, you mentioned a CERT unit. What is that and what did you do with that?
The CERT team, we investigate all critical incidents involving the police. So any shootings, if a police officer is injured or if a police officer injures somebody, we actually are the ones who do that. It's a team made up of, at the time, 12 detectives, and we had 2 sergeants. The detectives had to have a certain experience in homicide in order to be on the team.
Wow, my phone is possessed by
You mentioned
Satan.
at
What
the
is
time,
that?
no longer Columbus Police does it?
No, sir, we do not do it that way.
Huh.
How do you do it now?
At this time, what
YouTube
happens
just
is
randomly
if
started a
there's
video on my
shooting,
phone. Cool.
and we injure somebody, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation will come out, BCI, it's a state agency. We will assist them as far as like getting search warrants or getting cars towed certain places for them, but they actually do the investigation.
But in 2018, it was you.
Yes, sir.
And on this particular case, on August 23rd, 2018, were you the lead?
Yes, sir.
How did that come to be?
Well, we have like a rotation system that we do. So if it's my turn today, then the next one will be another detective.
Right?
We go through the
Satan
rotation
possessed
system.
my phone
One
there
person
for a
doesn't
minute.
Take all the cases.
Whatever.
And before we get going too far on this, do you know Andy Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know him?
I used to work with him. We were in the same unit together.
Which unit was that?
Homicide.
You consider him a friend?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, as head of the CERT unit, when you get called out to a scene, what generally are your responsibilities?
So since I was picked to be the lead investigator on this case, typically what we'll do is walk the scene to see what evidence we have, what witnesses we have, and then we designate who does what duties. Like we'll send officers to the hospital. We will have officers write search warrants for us. And then we'll have somebody who's designated as the scene detective. So that person basically will walk around with our crime scene unit and point out evidence, and then try to get feedback from them on where we can look for more evidence.
Okay. Does that generally include taking photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you call in any other folks from any other divisions within CPD?
Yes, our crime scene search unit is the main unit that we usually call. If we need to download video, we have a digital forensics unit, and they're police officers, but they've been trained in how to download video, extract information from cell phones. So we will typically call them to get our video.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
So you take some photographs of the scene. Was the scene roped off when you got there?
Yes, it was already cordoned off by the time we got there.
Was either Andrew Mitchell or Donna Castleberry there by the time you got there?
That was a 1.25
Do
speed.
you collect?
Prosecutor, he talks quickly.
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your job?
When the
Yes,
defense takes over,
By that, I mean
we'll
other police.
bump it up to
Yes, other police officers that
1.2,
arrive at the scene, if they have a
1.5.
body worn camera, we will take the camera from them to download it to get the video off the camera.
And you generally supervise the collection of evidence that CSSU does?
Well, whoever is designated as the scene detective, in this case, I believe it was Detective Robert Connor, but he's the one that stays with him the entire time, but we talk about it as we're walking around. So I know what evidence is being collected.
And in the end, because you're the lead, is it such that whatever Robert Connors does, whatever any of these other detectives do, funnels back to you?
Yes, sir.
So in the end, you're the guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this case, you've seen all of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you instruct or do you yourself also follow
No,
folks to
just the
hospital?
speed changes. The tone stays
We
the
will
same.
designate, and I believe this time it was Detective Dana Kroon and Robert Cutshaw who responded to the hospital, since we had 2 people that were transported.
And you're aware of their report and what happened?
Yes, sir.
Do you have evidence analyzed for DNA?
Yes, sir.
And that's at your request to the crime lab?
Yes, to the Columbus Police Crime Lab.
And when that DNA is analyzed and any kind of result occurs, is that then sent directly back to you?
Yes, sir.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you investigate or test firearms in these kind of cases?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of testing do you do on those?
Since we know that there was only one firearm used in this case, because sometimes there's multiple people shooting or they'll have a gun. So we know that there was only one gun used, but we still typically try to do the same test. We test.
He was the only one shooting.
spent
She had a
shell casing,
knife.
which houses the actual bullet. We test that to compare it to the gun to make sure it was fired from that gun. We also will test any spent projectiles that we collect. From
Voodoo.
the actual bullet that
Voodoo.
comes out. We will compare that to the
Casing
gun
markings
to
are
see if
absolute
it was fired
voodoo.
from the same gun.
Talk to Steve
When you say
Gosney
shell
about that.
casings, what are you talking about?
So like the bullet, just the metal piece on the bottom that has, like, if you look at the bottom, I'll have like a little circle and stuff, just that piece, that's the shell casing. So the bullet itself, the projectile is on the tip. So that's what actually comes out and does all the damage. The casing is what holds it. So that's what we're talking about, is the metal casing.
And how do casings end up at a crime scene like this?
Typically, if you have a semi-automatic weapon or a weapon that ejects the casings, they will fly out and they kind of go everywhere once they fly out of the gun.
They don't really go
Generalize
everywhere.
locations of where a firearm was fired based upon the casings.
If the shooter's kind of standing like in an open spot and there's nothing around, you can kind of get a general direct, because the casings will usually kind of pull in the same area unless they hit something.
Do you have someone go to the coroner's office in the event that there is a person who died as a result of one of these?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that in this case?
I did that myself.
You personally were the one who went to the
Yes,
coroner's
sir.
office? Do you have generally have access to statements made by the person who's under investigation themselves?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, did you have access to any statements made by Andy Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And did you review those?
Yes, sir.
And were those given to you during the normal course of how CERT operates?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to show you.
Here comes the pictures. Thankfully, they stipulate to a lot of them. So
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states H1 through 68.
And while they're doing that, I just want to give a big shout out to the mods. You guys are super awesome, and I love having your moddiness here.
Mr. Collins is telling me that he trusts that you've looked at these already.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just go ahead and post. But let me ask you, and you went over these last week, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do these all 1 through 68? We're not going to show all of them here this afternoon, but do all 1 through 68 appear to be fair and accurate?
I bet this guy plays Santa Claus
You saw out
every
there at the scene
Christmas.
in August of 2018.
Yes, sir.
I do want to go through a few so that we get a good idea of what this scene looked like. So, Judge, with your permission, I'll start publishing a few of these. This is State's Exhibit H1.
Diabetes. I'm dressed more like I'm dressed more like
Well,
Wilford
look at
Brimley. Than,
That is the front of
this guy is.
365.
Got
South
the
Yale.
Is
diabetes.
this the apartment building we were at yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Diabetes.
This is on the Yale side, though.
All right,
Is
this
this
is
on-
a
is this
this
looking
is
from
the
Yale?
building.
Yes, if you're
the,
standing at Yale
the,
looking towards the building, yes. Westbound, I believe.
But we-
car was
we drove
parked
around
on the
corner.
side of this
Yes, sir.
building.
And I'll show you now State's Exhibit 4. What are we looking at here?
That's the side of the same building.
And at this point, Judge, may I approach the witness?
Oh, AP, you need to talk to Gosney about this. He'll give you he'll go off on you. This is his area, one of his areas of specialty. He'll be happy to tell
It
you
looks
why.
like
It's pure
that
voodoo.
Mitsubishi Galant is parked there by the apartment complex. So can you point that out to the jury?
Right there.
Okay, so the left-hand side of the picture.
Correct.
And this is the car that we saw at the impound lot yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the car that Andrew Mitchell was using that day?
Yes, sir.
Were there other cars in this parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did any of the other cars have anything to do with this?
No, sir.
So there are some pictures in here of other cars. Why do you take pictures of cars that didn't have anything to do with it?
The reason we do that is because they were in the scene that we were working. So we wanted to make sure we documented everything that we could in the scene.
Did you know at the time exactly what was important and what wasn't?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit H10. What are we looking at here?
Here's the front of the Mitsubishi. And this is, I believe, the first cruiser that arrived at scene.
And is this car in these photographs still where it was during the event,
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So I guess clumsy way of saying, are you aware whether this car was moved or not?
To my knowledge, it was not moved.
Show you State's Exhibit H13. What are we looking at there?
Right here is a camera at the rear of the building at the far end from where the garages were.
H14.
That's just the driver's side of the vehicle that you guys saw yesterday, the Mitsubishi.
And I notice here on H14 that there appears to be a left rear tire that has gone flat. Do you see that?
Right here? Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you figure out how that tire went flat?
Yes, sir.
How?
A bullet went into the tire.
A bullet that was fired from the inside of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit H15. What are we looking at here?
Just from the rear of the vehicle. Here's the building. Here's the garage doors.
I see on this picture, H15, a yellow cone, or maybe an orange cone, marked number 4 there. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I believe that's the set of handcuffs.
Do you know, or do you know how those handcuffs came to be there?
they were thrown out of or dropped out of that window, the front driver's rear or passenger side window, which was down a couple of inches.
That's the
And
first
is
piece
that
of
from
information.
Information you gathered
The-
later in the investigation, including watching a videotape.
Yes, sir.
The handcuffs were thrown out the
I guess let me just
passenger
ask you the
side
general question
window.
right now. You're going to be asked a lot of questions about this case and even some questions about use of force and things like that. Is any of your testimony here today designed to tell us what happened inside that car,
I wasn't in the car, so I can't say exactly what happened inside the car.
other than to produce the video for us?
Correct.
Show you what's in March States. Is it H18? What are we looking at?
At the side of the Mitsubishi right here at the top, you can see the defect, which is we believe to be a bullet hole.
And does that appear in your experience to be a fresh bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
Something that you consider to be out of this incident?
Yes, sir.
And H19?
That's just a close-up picture of the bullet hole.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H21. What are we looking at here?
That is Mr. Mitchell's firearm.
And is this still laying on the asphalt there on Yale?
When we arrived, yes, sir.
And again, these pictures were CSSU, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you State's Exhibit H22.
That's just a close-up version of.
Okay,
the
this is
gun,
another interesting thing.
the spent
He
casing
he
is-
fired 6 shots
from
and then the
looking at
gun
this photograph,
jammed.
why did we get such a close-up here?
Because that's a malfunction in the gun. So that's why we took a close-up picture of the malfunction.
Is this what we would commonly refer to as a jam,
Yes, a double feed.
a double feed?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you explain to this jury what those terms mean and what it would mean for the operation of this firearm?
Well, the double feed is, so when, and everybody's seen the movies where the guys pull the slide back on the gun. So as you're firing a gun, if the gun has the malfunction, it won't allow the casing to be extracted from the gun. So the next round in the magazine.
This begs the
will come up
question.
as
Is
other
the
round
only
still in
reason
there,
he
so you can see
stopped
this one on
firing
top,
at
and
6
it catches
shots
it, so it
because the
won't eject
gun
it.
jammed?
The gun will not fire till you clear that feed.
So if you were to
Oh,
pick that
they're
gun up
talking
right
about
now in
limp
that
wristing.
condition, would you be able to fire it?
No, sir.
Yeah, because his
Would you-
shots
would this
are
look
all
like
over
something-
the
have
damn
you
map.
had
They'll
jamming
talk about him
before?
limp wrist
Yes, but I've
shooting
never
it.
had that happen.
Never had this one?
Correct.
Is this something that you could, though, probably clear and be ready to go?
Yes, sir.
But this is how we found it, how you found it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. What are we looking at here?
On the front seat here is a U-10-100. It's what we, as the Columbus Police, use when we arrest somebody, or we're gonna, like if we're taking them to jail, you have to fill that form out. Next to it, this is a knife right here on the seat. And I believe this is the holster. It's kind of dark, but it looks like the holster, Mr. Mitchell's holster that he had his gun in.
And are you aware from statements, evidence, and other that he had a holster on him at that time?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a police-issued holster?
I think that's probably his.
Probably.
It could be a police one because a lot of them are similar.
Do you guys get, I guess I should ask, do you get police-issued holsters, or do you have to go buy your own?
But we usually buy our own.
And 26, H26?
It's just a close-up of the driver's seat with those same items.
Okay. There appears to be something on the top of that U-10-100. In real life, in person, can you tell us what that is?
It looked like blood.
Blood?
Yes.
And is this knife in the position that it was originally found?
Yes, sir.
And is this the knife, do you believe this to be the knife that we've been talking about and that was mentioned in the tape and otherwise,
Yes, sir.
that Ms. Castleberry had?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H29. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's portion of the car.
Is this where Ms. Castleberry was found?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Were any other weapons recovered out of this vehicle?
Down here in one of these bags, it's like a McDonald's bag, there was a knife in the bag.
And were you able to determine what that knife was or where it came from?
Mr. Mitchell said that he had the knife and he
Yes,
had
it would
put
be
into the
nice if
property room.
they adjusted
So
the
was these
camera so
evidence?
that you could see what was
Yes, but
going
not
on
related to
better.
this case.
Okay.
They will a
So
little
from
bit
some other
later.
thing he had done, that was a piece of evidence he had just not taken to the property room?
Correct.
Is that standard for you guys to hold on to evidence that way?
Typically, we try to get it to the proper room as soon as possible.
But this wasn't the case here.
Yeah, I don't know when he picked it up. I don't recall us asking him when it got put into the car.
But either way, were you able to determine that this knife didn't have really anything to do with?
No, sir, it had nothing to do with this incident at all.
You states exhibit page 30. What is this?
This is the driver's side rear tire that's flat from the bullet that had went into it.
Yeah, so he
H31.
he shot his own tire.
This is the driver's side door pocket, and that was the phone that Mr. Mitchell was using to record the incident.
So any audio that we hear from what's going on inside that car, would that have come from that phone?
Yes, sir.
There on a video we watched earlier, and in some of these pictures, there's another phone that I think has been indicated to us that it was Andrew Mitchell's phone,
Right.
laying out on the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
So did he have two phones working at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H33. What are we looking at here?
This just is the back of the driver's seat.
And there appears to be stains on that seat. Can you
Yes.
tell us what that is?
Blood.
Okay. Did you have multiple parts of this vehicle tested for DNA?
Yes, sir.
So that's been marked as State's Exhibit H34.
This is from the rear passenger side looking towards the driver's seat,
Okay, there appears to be a defect in that driver's seat.
right there.
Yeah, what could you determine what that was?
That was a bullet had went through the seat.
And again, did that appear to be part of this incident?
Yes, sir.
So he shot 6 times, but only hit her 3 times.
There was
One
one
went through one of
say
his
eight-
tires. One went through
847?
the seat into the back of the
Okay.
trunk.
Another
Uh,
photo of
yeah.
the rear of the car. This is some medical stuff that the medics left at the scene. And this bag with tools in it belongs to Mr. Mitchell.
Okay. Do you know where that came from?
It came from the back area of the car. I believe they pulled it out when they took Miss Castleberry out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you examine the contents of that bag?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to be personal or work related?
Just tools.
Tools?
Yeah, that he had in the back. So I don't know if he was using it as a prop or just
Right.
so people wouldn't think anything. He pulled them over.
Right, because some kind of vice guys do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you
Great
find a
movie.
walkie-talkie anywhere in this car?
No, we did not.
And that includes the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they're asking that question because as you'll see later in the video, she's asking
Okay, so
where
it's
is the
39.
where's your walkie-talkie? He says
This
it's in
is
the
a
trunk,
close-up
but it wasn't.
of
He didn't
the
have it
handcuffs.
with him.
Or just a picture of the handcuffs.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit H51. What are we looking at here?
I
That's
don't
just
have any
another,
idea, Alan.
Photo of the gun. Typically what will happen is when our crime scene unit gets there, after they've collected it, then we call it staging. So they took a close-up picture this way. They will go ahead and render the gun safe and take the bullets out and count them. So we know how many bullets are supposed to be in the gun. That way we can match it up with the evidence we do find at the scene.
And did you also have DNA taken from this firearm?
Yes, sir.
And is that still showing the jam we talked about earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then State's Exhibit H55.
So as you can see, they've cleared the jam. Here's the spent casing, and here are the rest of the live rounds and the magazine that was in the gun at the time.
And did you task another sergeant to count the rounds and do all that kind of stuff?
Yes, when it comes to counting the rounds of the gun, we have a sergeant that stands there with our crime scene unit. So we have 2 people doing it. At this, I believe Sergeant Sicilian was the sergeant that was standing there when they, cleared the gun and then counted all the bullets.
And we'll have a stipulation on him later, but is there anything that you're aware of that was odd or unusual about the count?
No, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, were there any civilians there?
I believe we did. We had 2 civilians that stayed around and talked to us.
And in your investigation, I assume you talked to those civilians?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk to an apartment manager?
Yes. Well, I didn't. I believe Detective Glazier may have.
What was the purpose of that?
So we could figure out where the surveillance equipment was at and located. At that point, we went ahead and got a search warrant to take the actual DVR system that they had, so our guys could take it back to police headquarters and download it.
And in talking with these, before I show the video system, in talking to all these people and in your entire investigation, were you able to turn up anybody who actually saw what was going on in that car at the time Ms. Castleberry was shot?
No, sir.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 57. Sorry. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 57?
So right over here is that front door where the the numbers were over top of it. You guys saw that. And here's the front door. So when you walk in, you come down these set of stairs, and here's a utility closet, and that's where the system was located.
Show you State's Exhibit H58. What are we looking at?
That's the DVR system after we opened the door, got the door open.
Okay. Were there other cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did any of them have any evidentiary value to you?
No, sir.
So the one videotape we got from that northwest corner, that's
the only one.
That's the only one.
Yes, sir.
And this is the room you got it from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened physically to Donna Castleberry after she was taken out of that car?
She was transported to, I believe it was Grant Hospital, where they tried to provide life-saving measures.
But that didn't work, right?
Correct.
And did you collect property from Donna Castleberry?
Yes.
And what did you collect from her?
Her clothing that she had on, her flip-flops that she had on. She had a bag that was still sitting in the car that we ended up collecting that too, and all the contents of that.
And what were the contents of that?
Well, there was some drug paraphernalia. I guess the term would be crack pipe. There was also a piece of foil that had heroin in it.
So she actually had drugs and drug paraphernalia on her possession?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not. You're probably wondering, why is the prosecutor doing that? The defense is going to bring it up, so you may as well get out in front of it. Bring it up yourself before they bring it up.
Some of the things we've seen in the pictures.
Yes, sir.
Take the sting of it away.
Judge, if you don't mind, I would like to ask one of our deputies here to come over here for a second.
Good.
And start this firearm. Make everybody use.
Chandler has been modded. Chandler Remington has been modded.
Zip tied correctly. Okay. All right, I want to show you what's been marked. Detective, got some items of evidence. Do you want gloves? Are you okay with?
Yeah, if you got gloves, I'll take them.
Judge, may I approach?
Good.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit R1.
Thank you.
All right, we can skip through a little bit of envelope opening here. Actually, pretty good at it, so it doesn't take long. Right here you go. Sorry.
It's Mr. Mitchell's police ID.
And is this the kind of key card ID that you guys use to get in and out of buildings? And that
Yes,
kind of
sir.
stuff? Also to identify yourself?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It was in the middle console. I don't know if it was a cup holder or it was like a little space in there, but it was sitting in there.
In between the two front seats?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as R2. So
He holster. He was using.
That's his holster.
and show you what's been marked as R3.
This is the division issued firearm that we carry. That all, well, except for a SWAT unit, everybody else carries these guns.
And then, are there casings in there as well?
Yes, there's casings, and I believe the spent casings in here also that was in the jam, along with the magazine.
Either projectiles?
And here, let's see, the box here. You want me to open these or?
That's up to you. Let me ask you this. How many shots in your investigation were fired?
6,
And how many times was Donna Castleberry hit?
3,
And were there still projectiles in her body?
2.
And was there a projectile in that tire that we found?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever find the projectile that went out through the roof?
No, sir. We looked. We just couldn't find it.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit R4.
This is the knife that was sitting up in the seat that you saw in the picture. This is the knife.
That's known as.
Yes, sir.
So what type of firearm is this?
Smith & Wesson, M&P.
Is it 40 caliber?
Yeah, I believe we were using 40s at the time.
And are all the casings and projectiles consistent with something being fired from a Smith & Wesson, including 40 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Jellyfinger is pleased to see you today.
Did you, throughout your investigation, come to find out the relative height and weight of Donna Castleberry?
Yes, sir.
What did you find out?
She was somewhere in between, like maybe 5'5", 5'7", somewhere around there, maybe 110, 115 pounds.
And that'll be on the coroner's report?
Yes, sir.
You went to the coroner's.
Tiny girl. 5'5", 110 pounds was choking this dude out, and he almost lost consciousness. That's the defense's
Through the
argument.
course of this investigation, did you come to believe that Donna Castleberry was acting as a sex worker at the time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to investigate whether or not she had a warrant at the time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know is there any way for you to know if she knew if she had a warrant?
Well, she had it was
That
in
is
July,
correct.
towards the end of July, she had been stopped for soliciting prostitution. She had been charged at that point, or summoned. And she had a court date, so she didn't show up for a court date. So most people who get court dates, if they don't show up, they know they got a warrant.
But have you heard of notices not going out to the right place, things like that?
Yes, sometimes.
So is there any way for you to know personally, or I guess for any of us to know personally, whether she knew that she had a warrant out for her?
No, I didn't. Like if say she had an address but didn't live there anymore, and they sent the stuff to that address, and nobody, like it was vacant or something, then she wouldn't have gotten the notice.
There was a warrant.
Yes, there was.
So she had a warrant out for her arrest,
Judge, if I
but
approach again.
that still doesn't mean you get to kill somebody because they have a warrant out for their arrest.
Can you tell us, Detective Shepard, what we're looking at here on State's Exhibit M1?
So like we mentioned, our crime scene unit comes out. So they take photographs and they do measurements. And so here's the Mitsubishi that's parked right here. Here's the side of the building, the garage doors, which you guys saw yesterday. And this is the cruiser that was parked in the picture.
And this sketch has what appears to be an evidence, I'll try to zoom in as much as I can on this, sort of an evidence key. Can you explain how that works and what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so this is the key is to show the evidence that they collected right there at the scene. So like since his gun was laying on the pavement, that's number one. And then they took swabs from the cell phone, the tool bag that you guys saw in the other picture. So these are the items that we collect that are sitting right out there, right at the time of the scene when they're there processing.
And do these correspond to the numbers that we see down here in the parking lot?
Yes, so 1's right here. So and then 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is right here.
And do those numbers also correspond to the numbers that are on the cones that we see in the pictures?
Yes, sir.
So for instance, if you recall, the picture of the handcuffs had the number 4 cone.
Correct.
So that corresponds to this as well.
Is right there, and then number 4 is right there.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit M2. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So what they did here is this is the car. So they kind of made it a convertible so we can see the inside of the car and where the evidence was collected from. Same thing here. We have a little legend over here that shows what evidence corresponding with the numbers and where it was taken from. So that way you can see where they actually collected those pieces of evidence.
Okay, so if we look at the number 1, it says plastic tub, lid, can with bullets. Right? Where's that?
Which is in the trunk of the vehicle.
Yeah, this is the trunk area. There was a
And
bullet found in
number
the
2
trunk in this
says it's a
plastic
Smith
container.
Yes, right there.
Okay, so that's one of the ones that didn't end up in Miss Castleberry and also didn't fly out.
Correct.
And didn't end up in the tire.
Correct.
If we look at number 3, that's the it says
During
CTD
deliberations, if
ID
they
of
want
Andrew
to, they
Mitchell.
can,
Which is
usually.
located right there.
Okay, center console.
Yes, sir.
And is that the item you had in your hand just a few seconds ago?
Yes, sir.
4 is the U-10-100 with blood on it,
Right there.
and we saw that in the picture.
Yes, sir.
5 is the folding knife with blood on it,
Yes, sir.
and is that the one we saw in the picture?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same one you had just a minute ago?
So her knife was found in the driver's side
6 is the
seat.
holster.
She was shot back here
Again,
in
same
the
holster.
back seat.
Yes, sir.
7, it says gray cloth bag and contents. What is that?
That's the bag that Miss Castleberry had.
Her bag was in the
The bag
front
you said
seat.
that
She
you
was in the
collected
back
and
seat.
had
Her knife was in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
8 is a spent casing from a 40 Smith & Wesson.
Yeah, which was right there on the seat, driver's seat,
And again, this is not the bullet. This is the casing.
the
that was
actual
ejected.
casing. Yes, sir.
So one
9
casing
is
in the
another
driver's
casing.
seat.
which is right here in the back seat.
There's another casing in the back
10 is
seat.
another casing.
Yes, sir.
11 is a folding knife found in a paper bag.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one we talked about being in like the McDonald's bag?
Yes, sir.
And
This
the one
is
that had nothing to do
prosecution.
with
We are
this?
just
Correct.
starting.
12 is an actual spent projectile.
Yes, sir.
So this is an actual bullet
Yes, sir.
that ended up just laying there.
Is laying on the seat.
Gee, I wish we could see.
13 is a spent casing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 14 as well.
Yes, sir.
And do you have any idea how these ended up on different ends of the car like this?
Basically just firing the gun inside and the bullet or the casing is hitting the roof or the seat and it'll just bounce because it's just flipping through the air. As it exits the gun, it'll hit and then it'll bounce and go in different directions.
And then 15 is is the spent projectile, I believe you said, from the tire, and that's the one we saw the picture of.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for accounting purposes, on this vehicle, how many casings or how many spent projectiles do we have?
On the picture here, we have 3.
Okay. So there are 3 that are actually remain with the car.
Yes.
You've testified that there are 2 with Donna Castleberry.
Yes, sir.
And 1 flyer up through the roof.
Correct.
So that gets us to our 6.
Yes, sir.
So there's one projectile in the trunk, one went through the roof, and one
Did
went through the
you have,
tire. And then a couple went into her, and another one just kind of went in somewhere else in the car.
Did you have this vehicle further inspected somewhere other than right there at the park?
Yes, sir. So you guys all came out to the impound lot yesterday. As you pull into that gate, that building to the right there is our secure building. So our crime scene unit, we have the cars put in there and then they can process it in that building. So they're out of the weather and they can actually, take their time and look for evidence out of whatever case we're working.
And did you or CSSU or folks there at the Sally Court make any attempt to make determinations as it relates to bullet trajectories?
Yes. So our crime scene detectives used a dowel rod. So they basically, the rods are probably about 2 feet long, 2.5 feet long, and then they run them through the positions where, like, you saw in the seat where the 2 holes were in the seat. So they ran it through so we know which direction that bullet went.
Okay. Did you at any point also farm out any of this work, as it were?
Well, the prosecutor's office requested that we have BCI come in and go over the car again. So that's what happened.
And they did their own set of dowel rods?
And they did their own dowel rods, yes, sir.
We'll talk about yours for now. I would like to show you the F series of photographs. I have F1, 362. Do you recall looking at those?
Yes, sir.
As well from the impound lot?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at those last week, were those all generally fair and accurate representations of what you saw at the impound lot back in 2018?
Yes, sir.
And those sketches, those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of where all these pieces of evidence were found?
Correct.
All right, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit F4. What are we looking at here?
So here's the building, inside of the building. Here's the Mitsubishi. That's our crime scene unit van sitting outside.
And what's been marked as State's Exhibit F6?
So this is the driver's side door. Here's the U-10, the knife, and the holster still on the seat.
At this point, the knife appears to have been moved. Is that correct?
Yeah. So what we do is,
So
if we're
let me know if this
processing
is too
some evidence out
fast
of the
here.
car, we will have
I
the
bumped
car
the speed up
towed
to
this
1.5.
location. Mark Cruiser follows the car down to the impound lot just to make sure that the driver doesn't decide to look in the car or somebody else doesn't decide to mess with the car. So we have an officer follow it so we don't lose any evidence.
I'll show you what's been marked. State's Exhibit F10. What are we looking at here?
So here's the trunk of the car. Here's that tote that we saw in the sketch where the one projectile came to rest inside that tote.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit F11.
So the trunk is up. And if you see right here, that's where the bullet went through the seat and through the back of the car. And if you see right here, that's where the bullet went through the tote.
With all of these, the trajectory work you did, and you've seen the BCI stuff, I presume.
Yes, sir.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any projectiles coming from the back to the front,
No, sir.
or any projectiles going from the driver's side straight over to the passenger side?
No, sir.
Is it safe to say that everything is generally front to back?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit F13.
So this is from that picture where you can see from the passenger side. So here are the 2 defects in the seat right here.
And you determined those were bullet holes?
Yes, sir.
And then real quick, just to clarify, State's F14,
That's the ID right there in the console.
and that's where that was found?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit F15, I believe we're looking at these dowel rods now.
Yes, sir.
What does that show? Tell us what we've got.
So here's the passenger side of the vehicle, the passenger driver side rear door. And this is one of the holes that we found in the seat. So it looks like it's coming through the headrest of the passenger seat. It's not. It's just the angle of the photograph. They stuck the dowel rod in so we could show the angle.
Is this the trajectory of the bullet that ended up in that tote in the back?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 16.
And here's the dowel rod. Because you can screw them into another end so you can make them longer. So that's what they did in this case. So the dowel rod goes through the seat, and then as you can see, it's right here through the edge of the tote right there.
So you mark the State's Exhibit F19.
And this is a different angle of the same dowel rod. Like I said, when you looked at it from the other angle, it looked like it was going through the passenger headrest. But here, you can see they just started it here, and then it goes on through the trunk.
So you mark the State's Exhibit 22.
Okay, this is the bottom of the tote, I believe. Yes. And then here's cone number 2. And right here is our piece of evidence that we're collecting.
Let me give you a closer up on that. F23, easier to see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's right there. So,
And this is just they're showing where the trajectory of the bullets were, where they found the projectiles
that
at,
is the
things
spent
like
bullet
that.
that was recovered sitting next to the wipes that you just saw in the other picture.
Okay, let's mark the State's Exhibit F27. What was that?
Okay, this is the driver's side rear seat, and this is the dowel rod that they used to run through the seat and into the tire.
And 28.
It's just from the outside, same photograph or same.
Okay, so that's one thing I do want to pause here for this. Hang on, sorry.
State's Exhibit F27. What was that?
Okay, this is the driver's side rear seat.
So this is the driver's side rear seat. This is one of the things to me that makes me go, I don't like this, because this shot appears, and it's going to look like that on the video as well. That the back passenger side door was open, and he shot through the open door at her. So this is the driver's side, the rear driver's side seat. Okay, let me correct myself. This is he shoots through the seat here, and it goes outside the car through the tire. All right, forget everything I just said there. But you'll see that they're going to show the video here in a minute. You'll see that the doors are open, but he's shooting, and this goes back through the car and through the tire.
And this is the dowel rod that they used to run through the seat and into the tire.
And 28.
It's just from the outside, the same photograph or same picture, but just
yeah. So you can see how it was inside the car, and then he went basically through the seat, out through the wheel well, and into the tire, and punctured the tire. One went through the roof, one went through the trunk, and 3 went into her.
First, mark State's Exhibit F39.
This is Ms. Castleberry's bag right here. And it's sitting on the front driver's seat, or passenger seat, I'm sorry.
And State's Exhibit F48.
This is the knife we talked about that was inside of the bag, and that's the bag that it was in.
When you asked the crime lab to do DNA, we mentioned that you'd have a lot of the parts of the car, the firearm as well. And did you also have her Donna Castleberry's flip-flop tested?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of having that tested?
During Mr. Mitchell's test or statement that he had given to us, he said that Ms. Castleberry had turned her back up against the dash as he was holding onto her hands, because obviously she had a knife in one hand, he's holding onto her both hands, and she had placed her foot up against his neck and was like stretched out, and he felt like he was going to pass out because he couldn't breathe.
Okay, now again, I don't want to keep pausing this, but this is just something that sits in my mind too. So he's reaching across and grabbing her, and she's trying to push him away by putting her foot up against his throat, which is making him pass out, he says. You know how to not pass out? Do that. Let go of her and back the fuck up and shut the doors. But anyway, that's just me thinking out loud. You may agree, you may disagree. So he's reaching there, trying to arrest her, trying to immobilize her and arrest her. She's got her feet up and pushing against his neck. So that's how he was saying he was being choked out and losing consciousness. But like I said, you just kind of got to let go, and then you can back up and breathe again.
So we tested the bottom of her shoe to see if we could get her DNA on the bottom of her shoe, which we did.
And there was
Or his DNA on the bottom of her shoe.
So his DNA was on the bottom of her shoe.
just genetic material, right?
Yes, from him. Well, DNA.
Oh, yeah,
from
she
him on the
died.
bottom of her shoe. I guess I should. put
That's
that.
why it's a murder
But,
charge.
do you have any knowledge or idea of where this was his car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you know for sure where that DNA came from?
Well,
Or is that outside your expertise?
yes, that would be outside actually.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
Oh, no.
Okay. You mentioned that you went to the morgue.
Yes, sir.
Right? You personally in this case.
Yes, sir.
And what kind of things do they do at the morgue when they process somebody?
They take photographs, and then they will clean the body, and then they will perform the autopsy. They also take measurements and document any defects to the body.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 01. Can you tell us what this
He
is?
fired 6 times, hit her 3 times.
So this is a body diagram sketch that we as, I don't know if other departments use it, but we do. It's just so that when I go to the autopsy, I can know myself what I see. So the actual locations are not measured in like the coroner's office would do. It's just for my reference. So this is what I saw when I went to the coroner's office.
And it looks like you've documented a total of 3 gunshot wounds
Yes, sir.
or multiple wounds as a result of 3 bullets.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Robert Cornell,
and
she
I'll
was in the
try to
back
zoom in on this
seat.
one at a time so that we
She's
can
not going to drive
get
away.
an idea. You have marked over here on the left gunshot entrance wound number 1.
Right there. Yes, sir.
And so we're looking at what we call, I guess, the standard Da Vinci model of the human body.
Yes, sir.
So this would be to her, the right side of her abdomen.
Yes, sir.
And then if we look at the back side of her, you see the exit wound there?
Correct.
And this is what you documented.
Yes, sir.
So this would be a through and through.
Yes, sir.
And then if we look at entrance wound 2 on her, this would be the front of her left leg. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've indicated in parentheses the word stippling. What's that mean to you?
So when you fire a gun, and everybody see movies where they're shooting at night and you can see like fire coming out of the gun. So anytime you have that, you have some of the gunpowder and different things, gases from the gun. So if it's close enough to a person or clothing, you will see that. That's basically the stippling. You'll see the soot basically from the gun ending up on something, and that's what happened on her leg.
Do you know how far away somebody has to be before that? Is it there?
Roughly less than 18 inches, I believe.
But you don't have any way of knowing exactly.
Yes.
So that's an entrance wound there. And then I believe on the back side of that left, we'll call it the calf area, we have an exit
Yes, sir.
wound. And then it looks like you've attributed another entrance wound to that bullet. Can you explain how that happened?
So it would be as if your leg was bent. So if I, bent my leg up in front of you right now, you would see my shin. So it went into the shin, out the shin, into the back of her, like a hamstring area.
So
Ouch.
like this.
Yes, sir.
It was in, out, and
Yes, sir.
okay. And then is there another corresponding exit wound to that?
No, sir.
So did you recover that bullet?
Yes, sir. It's right.
Okay. And that's what we have here?
Yes,
So,
sir.
so these 4 here on the bottom are all the same bullet.
Yes, sir.
And then the third one, I believe, is on the front side here, sort of mid-chest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've labeled that what?
3.
Gunshot entrance wound 3. And then do we see where that was either exited or was recovered?
It was recovered right there.
And do you recall where on her body that was? Was it,
Like right abdomen area.
do you recall if it was close to the front or deep or?
I want to say it was to the front. I'm not sure.
Okay. But that one was recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to show you a series of photographs. We have, I think, originally 130, but they're somewhat sensitive, so I narrowed this down to 9.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna approach that.
You good?
Yes, sir. These are for photographs from the coroner's office.
Are these photographs contact?
Yes, sir.
These are fair and accurate representation of what we saw at Warner Bros. Back on
Yes, sir.
Marv White, you were an hour and 1 minute late. Sorry to disappoint you.
I will show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit G2. What is this?
This is the body bag here. This is some of the equipment that they had used when they were rendering aid.
Is that Ms. Castleberry?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit G24. What is that?
That is the front of her left leg.
And is this that leg wound that we talked about that went in and out?
Yes, sir.
And do we see evidence of the stippling that you were talking about?
Yes, like right around in here. You can see some of the like peppering look. That's kind of what it is.
And this is an entrance wound?
Yes, sir.
And then states at G27.
That's the back of the leg. So here would be the exit wound, and this would be the re-entrance.
So her leg would have been folded up to match those two wounds?
And, yes.
And then, show you what's been marked as states G119.
So that would have been the projectile that they recovered from her thigh.
So this is that bullet that caused the 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And G128,
This would have been the one that they recovered from her torso.
the one that went into the chest and stayed in
Yes.
her abdomen?
Yes.
Do they also work as identified body?
Yes, sir.
Who she is? Her name?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you came to know her as Donna Castleberry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna start the actual video and audio here in about 3 or 4
Now, at
minutes.
some point, did the efforts to secure this video turn into you actually were receiving a video from that apartment?
Well, when we took the DVR system, we downloaded the video, and so we had custody of the video at that point.
I'm sorry?
When we took the DVR system and we downloaded it, so we had the video from that system.
And that video itself, if I'm not mistaken, carries no audio. Right?
Correct.
But you were aware, how early were you aware that there was audio in the form of that phone in the door pocket?
I believe Detective Kroom asked Mr. Mitchell at the hospital, was there a recording? And he said yes, so that's why we knew the phone was in the door.
Okay. And were there any efforts undertaken to enhance this video?
Yes, the state has a facility that they can enhance stuff. They do all kinds of testing. So we sent a video there to see if they could enhance it.
Were there any efforts that you're aware of to marry up the audio that came from that phone in the door pocket to the video you got?
Yes, your office did that.
Through the Ohio organized crime?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've watched this video both enhanced and with the audio married?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You feel comfortable commenting about it and telling us what it is?
Yes, sir.
Earthquake. Dog bark.
Was there any, I asked you about whether there was.
Yoda being Yoda.
from-
I'm sure you can hear
you
Yoda
were
barking.
back and you said no. Was there any evidence of blood in that car other than what we see in the backseat there with Donna and what's on the individual himself?
There was blood on the driver's side seat, I believe, like on the side. And other than that, I don't recall any other
There's nothing in the passenger side seat.
that we found. No.
And obviously on the driver's side, we see the blood on the U10. So
Yes, sir.
that's there. Okay. And as part of your investigation, when you were at the coroner's office, did you eventually receive a toxicology report?
Yes, sir.
And it showed that Ms. Castleberry was in fact, or did in fact have some illegal drugs on board.
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit B3, literally B for video. And at least it's a 20-minute video. I think I'm going to show about 9 minutes for the judge, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to put this back down to normal speed here because this is the video of the incident. They do a little bit of boomerang here for a bit.
I'm going to pause it at 10 seconds. Can you describe and
Okay, so what they've got here, let's move this out of the way for a second.
if you need your
Shut up. Is just so you, sometimes the audio isn't really easy to hear here. This box is the blown up section here. They're going to be off site for a couple of minutes. Then they're going to drive up and park right here where the cursor is. And this is the area where you're going to want to focus if you want to have any hope of seeing anything. And it's not that great. This is old. This is like a potato cam.
laser pointer there?
Oh.
Can you describe for the jury?
Oh, shit. I hate when I do that. Missed it by that much. Well, at least we know it was the start of the video. Hang on here. There we go.
Was it longer? It starts
Before they come into frame here. Yes, sir.
So we're catching the
Let's
actual
see.
beginnings of the interaction between Mr. Mitchell and
All right, I'm going to move those down here. And before we get too far out, let me hit these super chats real quick. Sorry about this. The Real Hydro PX, thank you so much. Can I give a shout out to my boy Electric Ham Sandwich? He made an amazing song called Baldo Man, Nick Ricada tribute song. There you go. That'll take care of it. Electric Ham Sandwich. Okay. Look him up somewhere. Ian Mack. Hey, from Australia. Always good to see people streaming in this time zone. All the best vices. This is our time zone. Rock on Asia. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you, Drown, as always, Dog Cam. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that. Marv White, 1 minute late and the trial's already going. As I said, you were an hour and 1 minute late, but thank you so much for that super chat. And the follow-up super chat. I swear the announcement said 9 a.m. Ugh, my bad. Sorry about that. It was 8 a.m. Eastern. But thank you. And we, oh my gosh, Crafty Flaw Lady, free the puppies. Well, thank you. That's very, very, very generous of you. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Wow. And that puts us $10 away from Doggo Cam. That was very kind of you. Thank you so much. Wow. Always humbled. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Those big super chats always kind of render me speechless for a little bit. So, all right. Again, this is before we watch this video, just remember what we know so far before we get here. He's allegedly doing police work. The argument from the defense is he's doing his police work, being a trick, pretending to be a John, picking up hookers. So he negotiates. Okay, free the doggos. All right, we'll do that here in just a quick second. As soon as I finish this and we start the video. Thank you so much for that, Wolfram. Very, very grateful to you. So he's picking up hookers. He negotiates a $25 blowy from her, and she says he says let's go around the corner. She says let's go around the corner. I think she directed him where to go. They get there. He parks up against the wall so she can't get out of the car, and he is plainclothed, unmarked vehicle. He doesn't have his badge with him. He doesn't have his radio with him. He only has a cell phone. She says, and she is concerned that there are rumors that someone is pretending to be law enforcement and kidnapping and graping the street workers. And so she wants him to prove he's a police officer. And he just shows his little ID card. And she doesn't believe him. And that's when things go really, really wrong for everybody involved. D what? I'll respect the grift. Oh, thank you so much. And this is Doggo's Vice channel. This is Doggo Vice's channel now. All right. So we'll put up Doggo Cam and then watch this video here. All right. Let's see. There we go. All right. Sorry, Dargy. You have to go to get out from underneath the desk here. Good. Free my feet. Go. There you go. All right. Doggo Cam is activated. And now we will look at the video here of the incident. And this is going to answer some questions, but it's also going to raise a lot more.
Yes, sir.
Stop at 122. Courtney, can you give us any more volume?
So here he's flirting, doing the pickup. Yeah, you really can't hear this part here, but apparently they were just doing the negotiation, flirting a bit. And here they come into the frame.
2 minutes and 26 seconds of elapsed time. What do we see now, Detective Shepard?
So here's just the blown up version of this, where the car turns the corner.
Okay, so now we're getting into this. She said, okay, I'm police. She's like, you're police. And I'm going to bump the volume up as much as I can here. So if any of you are already pumped up ears, I'm just going to pump it up as loud as I can. And there's going to be some screaming. So get ready for that. So he said, it sounds like he says something like, I'm not kidnapping you or anything, which is kind of a weird thing to say. You got no weapons on you, do you? Where's your badge? I don't have one.
I'm not gonna do nothing to you.
I'm not going to do nothing to you. I'm just going to. Now, I'll stop talking. But like what he's saying things. I'm not going to do nothing to you. I'm just going to put the handcuffs on you. And she continues to ask for proof that he's a police officer. She doesn't believe he's a police officer, according to the prosecution. Somebody walks by to throw away some garbage. He says, hey, this guy says he's a cop, but he's not a cop. Please call the cops. He's like, I am the police. But just listen as best you can. I want to turn the volume up to full volume, but there's a lot of screaming and it will deafen all of you. Resist Impulse says no walkie-talkie equals guilty. How are you going to call for a backup without your comms device? He texts his partner. He sends a text message to his partner. That's here too. All right. So let's go back and try to hear as much of this as you can.
I'm not gonna do nothing to you.
No, I'm not getting any handcuffs.
You're being under arrest. If you don't have any warrants, I'll let you go.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to see some other type of ID that.
I just showed you my ID. I don't have my badge on. I'm calling my buddy. Okay?
This is Yale.
Yeah.
Because I know how the whole body situation works.
No radio.
As a man that came in the time. So.
Why? Because I don't have my badge. I left on my police shirt.
I left the badge on my police shirt.
Your walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I do.
Hear that.
You could
What is that? There's nothing to do.
complain.
Municipal court.
Vice.
Right, you get that.
Right. I'm a policeman.
You can get that.
y'all's ID on where you want.
Yeah, it happened during the day. Yeah, it's bright and sunshiny outside. You can see that.
Stopped it at 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Throughout this, at times you can hear some clicking. Were you able to determine what that?
I believe that was when Mr. Mitchell was texting Laura Evans.
And we were able to get phone records from his phone.
Correct.
Some of that.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me, please?
Okay, stopped at 5:47. Can you tell what's going on here?
Right here, you can't see it on here, but here a guy walks past and he's going to throw something in the dumpster. His name is Randall Jackson. So he lived at the time in the building.
You know where he is now.
I have no idea where he's at.
But again, I guess we'll watch. Had he left the scene before the shooting?
Yes.
Help you what?
Call the police for me.
I am the police.
You're not the police.
You're not the police.
I know you're not. And that's supposed to be an education like that. I can get you know how to try to get doing stuff. When he's tracking me and saying he's a police officer and he's not a police officer.
Yes, I am.
He's acting like he's a police officer. And he's not. Yeah, this and the thing acts bad. Kidnapping women. I've already heard about him and he already is wanted. This cops have been showing the picture. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They've been showing the picture.
See that now it's escalating because she's talking to the guy that's walking by with the garbage, saying, "Help!" You know, he said that he's a police officer. He's not a police officer. There's somebody around here that's that's kidnapping the girls and raping them, and it's probably him. Which weirdly, it turns out he is under a. He also has a few federal cases against him now for doing exactly that. But yeah, so now it's starting to escalate because as you can hear, now he's saying, "Fuck you," and it starts to go downhill from there.
Wanted. This cops have been showing the picture. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They've been showing the picture. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Don't put your.
It appears there's some action actually leaving the window, the passenger side there. Was that window down?
It was down maybe about 4 inches or so.
So this is where they're saying that she took his handcuffs and threw them out the window.
She got a knife.
Get off of me!
Cut me.
Help me, please, open the back door, help me! Open the back door! He's coming! Please help me! Please help me!
And this looks like about where she went from the front seat into the back seat to try to, and pressed up against the back passenger side window. And then what you're going to see is him in a second here, take a couple of shots and then open the doors and take a few more shots. Two. 3, 4, something like that. It's hard to tell exactly where the shots come, but those little clicks are apparently the gunshots, because it was inside the car and apparently overmodulated the recording device on his phone. So it's not, you're not hearing bang, bang, bang. You're hearing like bang, like click, 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 click. And then in the middle of this, she's screaming, okay, 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ow, ow. And then when he says this is fucked up or something like that, that's when it's over. So it's hard to tell exactly which are the gunshots, but like these dull clicking noises are apparently the gunshots. Maybe one there too. 3, 4, 5. That's, yeah. And there's another one. There's another one. And that's where he dropped it. He dropped the gun on, or is either his gun or the phone onto the pavement there. So the door was open for at least a few of these shots. And she's screaming, help me, help. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, 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 I'm sorry. And then there's a few more shots. So, I mean, it's really hard to tell where the shots come. But what the state has said was there was 6 shots fired over 12 seconds. And so, I mean, that's 6 shots over 12 seconds. 12 seconds is from now, start. End. That was 12 seconds. So yeah, that's a long time for 6 self-defense shots, but hey, we'll have to hear what the testimony says. By this time, the knife was in his seat. The knife was on the driver's side seat at this point. She was in the back trying to escape. Anyway, we'll listen to this one more time and keep going. So somewhere around here, the shooting starts. Okay, there's a shot. 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 Okay, Angstkin says, when does she stab him? She stabbed him like a minute ago. 45 seconds before he started shooting her, she stabbed him in the hand with a knife. 45 seconds before he started shooting.
Fucking nightmare.
Stopped at 8 minutes and 23 seconds. Detective Shepard, is this the best we've been able, or you've been able to, or any that you're aware of, been able to make this video look and sound?
I'm sorry.
Is this the best that you're aware of that anyone's been able to enhance this video and make it sound?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take our afternoon break.
Okay, we'll take the afternoon break here, and let me just get us fast forwarding through. And then the defense will take over when we get back from the break right around here. Right. But before we do that, let's take a little break here and kind of discuss for just a quick second. Oh wait, we need the doggo cam there. What are you doing over there, Strawberry? What are you doing over there in the corner? Yeah. JKD Buck 76 says in second grade we had a police officer come to school and speak to us and told us a real police officer has a police ID and will show it to you, and a badge isn't always proof. See, for me, I would be thinking it's easier to fake a plastic ID than it is to fake a badge. But I know you can buy badges anywhere, but you can also fake things anywhere. It's a tough call on that. Apparently, it was not against policy. It was not against the policy of the police department to not have your badge with you at that time. So she's not following a direct order from a police officer. She doesn't, apparently, allegedly, if you put yourself in her mindset, she doesn't believe he's a police officer. And there's going to be a lot of testimony about that. Does a police officer have a duty to convince you he is in fact a police officer? That's kind of one of the questions. She just thinks she's being kidnapped by a guy, apparently. And so she's resisting because she doesn't believe he's actually a police officer. He is audio recording. Why would he record himself breaking the law? Well, he's supposed to be on duty. And this stuff here is recorded, and if he wasn't recording, that would be a problem, because my understanding is there is someone, or should be someone, at the station or somewhere nearby listening to the audio. Whether there was or not, I don't know, but it's supposed to be monitorable. And if suddenly he's on a job and he turns off his recording device, that's going to look even worse. But you can still arrest someone and then you give them the wink, you point to your crotch or do whatever to let them know that you want something out of it. So yeah, whatever. We just have to. This is day 2 of the trial. There's still a good 10 days or so left. We got to see what comes out. She's resisting arrest. He identified himself as a police officer. You can't just say, no, I'm not going to jail. What if you don't? So if I walked up to you on the street, you have no clue who I am. You think I'm just, someone hanging around, and I say you're under arrest, I'm a police officer. Are you going to go, okay, or are you going to go tell me to fuck myself? You're going to ask me for my badge. I'm going to say, I don't got it. You're going to ask me for my walkie-talkie. I don't got it. Where's your police car? Unmarked car. Why aren't you in uniform? I'm undercover. You're going to tell me to go fuck myself. So, I don't fault her now, but faulting her or not is not the issue here in this trial. It's what he was thinking at the time this was going down. King Ginger says self-defense on her part. When he said, I don't have my badge, he should have called for backup. Well, he texted for backup, which is kind of weird, but yeah, he texted for backup. Now, this is the thing. She could have stabbed him in self-defense. Unfortunately, she's dead. She's not on trial. She could have acted out of self-defense, but her acting out of self-defense doesn't mean the police officer was not also acting out of self-defense. It's possible for the dead person and the police officer to have both been acting in self-defense. Just because she was in self-defense doesn't mean he can't be. It's what he perceived. Did he perceive this as a threat against his life? And did he respond reasonably by doing what he did? So that's the thing. Just because she acted in self-defense doesn't mean he couldn't have acted in self-defense. They don't cancel each other out. It's two separate incidents. She's dead. She's not charged with anything. So it's really kind of irrelevant why well, it's not really irrelevant why she stabbed him. Well, it kind of is. It's how he reacted to the stabbing. Did he go, oh my God, I'm in fear of death because she stabbed me? Or did he go, you bitch, you fucking stabbed me, and get pissed and just start blasting? That's what the prosecution's saying. The only reason he stabbed her, he shot her, was because he was angry that she resisted and angry that he was stabbed. The defense, of course, are arguing that he was in fear of his life. And again, so we've got to see how it looks at the end of the day. The first time, this is a retrial. The first time it was a hung jury. I don't know what the makeup of the voting was, but there's one thing you're going to hear interesting in this trial, though. And I don't know how this plays out. The defense lawyer is going to say something. He's going to say, please explain that to the ladies the ladies of the jury. So to me, that indicates that this may be an all-female jury. And I don't know if that's the case, but the way he said, show this to the females of the jury, or explain this to the females of the jury. And it wasn't something that you would need a different explanation for a male and a female. It's not like, please mansplain to the ladies. I think this is an all-female jury, and I don't know what kind of dynamic that would bring to a case like this. So yeah, that's that thing. Brad, WTF, she keeps apologizing to him to get him to stop shooting her. That's what the prosecution are saying. And if the knife was in the front and she's in the back, she clearly dropped it before retreating to the rear of the vehicle before he shot her. The defense, that's part of their deal. They're saying he thought she still had the knife and was going to stab him in the throat or cut his throat from behind. That's what they're saying. And that leads us to Secret Squirrel's comment. What about his cut throat, needing a blood transfusion? Now, that was just from the cut to the hand. His throat was not cut. He was only stabbed in the hand. That was it. It was a good stab. And this whole need a blood transfusion thing, that may be exaggerated a little bit. They keep talking about a tourniquet, but it just seems like they've just wrapped his hand with something, and it's not like a proper tourniquet. But we'll just have to see what that is. But his throat was not cut. He was only stabbed in the hand. Bronco will be here shortly. He'll be here in a bit. Kale Hyun 2 says, self-defense, end of story. Well, gee, I don't know how you can make that when they haven't even presented any evidence that it's self-defense. The prosecution is just the prosecution just has to prove that he murdered them, that he killed them, that he killed her, and with the criteria of murder or voluntary manslaughter. The defense, they have to prove that he acted reasonably and in self-defense. So they haven't put anything on. So I can't say whether he acted in self-defense or not, because they haven't produced one single tiny speck of evidence yet to say that he was acting in self-defense. So don't judge him yet. Greg Hansen, thank you so much for the super chat. Hung jury, divided chat. This is a close one. Andrew Branca can shed any light? Well, just wait. Would a reasonable person believe he was a police officer? Again, that really doesn't enter into this. The important thing is his state of mind. Did he have a reasonable belief, a more than 51% reasonable belief that his life was in danger and he needed to do exactly what he did to neutralize the threat to his life? How did she end up in the car in the first place? He was pulling tricks. He was doing the cop thing where you get the hooker to get in your car, you negotiate the deal, you go somewhere and you go, haha, jig's up, I'm a cop. I said cuck. I'm a cop. So that's what he was doing. He was picking up hookers to arrest, allegedly, from the defense. The prosecution says he was going rogue and he was kidnapping her to get sex in exchange for being not charged. But again, it has nothing to do with this trial, but he apparently is under a federal indictment for actually doing that to several women, allegedly. I don't think the audio was live. I think it was used to document the elements of prostitution. It was live. It was recorded. It's because police never catch cops doing wrong. Lancelot. No, I need some form of ID. Otherwise, I think resisting is legal. Besides, trust me, bro. Speaking of bros to trust, it's Andrew Branca.
Hey.
Right. Have you been listening?
No, I just popped in now for the first time. Sorry.
All right, not a problem. We're just kind of we've been talking about how it's possible that she acted in self-defense and he may also have acted in self-defense. They don't cancel each other out.
Indeed. Yep.
And what she thought and what she was doing and whether her resisting was lawful or reasonable doesn't really factor into the charges against him. It's what his state of mind was at that point in time.
Correct.
And what are the elements of self-defense we should be looking at as we go through
How about that? We have the five
How did I
elements
know
of
that was right there?
Self-defense right here. They are innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, and reasonableness. If he had a reasonable perception of an imminent deadly force threat to himself, and he was not an unlawful aggressor in the confrontation, then he had a legal privilege to use deadly force in self-defense, and regardless of what was actually in her subjective state of mind.
And we've got Timothy Schultz here with $5 saying, this is sick, 100% guilty. Well, you should be thinking that, at least until he starts his case, when he gets to try to explain to everyone, because he has the burden of proof to prove that he acted reasonably and justifiably. As Andrew was saying yesterday, Ohio was the last state to drop this, and it was dropped after this incident occurred.
And this was 2018. Ohio might also, well, it wouldn't have applied to him in any case because he's a police officer. But for normal people, Ohio was a duty to retreat state until quite recently.
And he said he could have just gotten out of the car, call for backup, and waited. Well, that's one thing that's you're gonna hear about, I'm sure. The fact that the car doors, the child lock was activated in the back, and it was up against a wall. So we're just gonna, like I said, we just have to wait and see. The state has to prove murder, then he gets his chance to prove why the killing was justified.
I mean, it will be an issue that, once the threat's no longer present, once you're no longer facing an imminent threat, your privilege to use force ends. So if he continued using deadly force after that point, in other words, he was safely out of the vehicle, out of reach of the knife, that would be problematic. Those shots would be difficult to justify.
And now I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Did defense say she was choking him too? Oh, we did. We learned that she is 5'5", 110 pounds.
Doesn't matter. She's got a knife.
Throat. Yeah. Well, the knife was dropped at this point. He got stabbed, and apparently she dropped the knife into his seat. He says the idea is he still thinks she may have had the knife or whatever, but he was trying to grab her. He was reaching over, trying to grab her. She was resisting by putting her foot up against his throat and pushing him. That's where the choking came from. She had her foot wedged up against his throat. And so you could argue that he can stop being choked by doing this, letting go of her and backing out and taking a breath again. But
if he knows she no longer has a knife in her hands.
Yeah. So this is why, I mean, you can't say, nobody should be saying right now 100% this, 100% that, I'm convinced of this. This is day 2. This is the afternoon of day 2, which is the first day of testimony. There's a lot of ground to cover here. And because Andrew is showing up, before we get through the last part of the afternoon session and start today, we'll go through the video one more time. They played the entire video. So we'll do that just for your edification here real quick. Not sure if I believe he shot her because she was choking him almost to the point of unconsciousness. Well, I mean, again, let's hold. Thank you for the super chat. We got to hold our judgment, but you can have your opinion. I have my opinion right now, what I think, but I'm just seeing if I'm right or wrong by what the evidence shows. And the last one before we get the video back up again. Ovid, thank you so much for the super chat. Not self-defense because no element of innocence. What are those 5 elements again?
That he's not the unlawful aggressor would be innocence. By the way, you can get this cheat sheet for free at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. Provides a A brief list of 5 elements provides a brief description of each. Totally free, just a PDF download, lawofselfdefense.com/elements. But, as an officer, as a police officer, if we presume innocence, we presume he's making a lawful arrest, he's allowed to be the initiator of force. Innocence prohibits self-defense where you're the unlawful aggressor. But in the normal course of business, police are routinely the lawful aggressors. That doesn't lose them innocence.
Right. So no evidence of being a cop. He did have his ID. He had his ID card with him, but she wasn't accepting that. He should walk away. Looks like a kidnapping because by all definitions it was. F cops. Well, let's see if you hold that view through the end. And one thing is, like, we're going to start the cross-examination here as soon as this break is over, which is paused, so it'll be over as soon as we watch the video. Potentially criminal Sean was mentioning something else that I didn't know about Ohio that is really interesting. Ohio allows cross-examination on any topic that's relevant. It's not limited to direct examination.
Yeah, I don't like that model, but yeah, there's a number of states that do that.
The Ohio rules of evidence say that cross-examination shall be permitted on all relevant matters and matters affecting credibility. So this guy was the guy that made the video, that took some pictures and made this video we're gonna watch, the composite video of the CCTV camera and the audio, and synced them up. And they just cross-examined him on everything. So let's back up here and watch the few minutes of this video. The audio is shit, but we'll pump up the volume and do our best here. Wait, don't want to boomer it here. Need to bring. Yeah, we got the video brought up here. All right, and let's go.
Detective, do you recall if that stamp is perfectly accurate or not?
The date was correct, but the time was off a little bit, if I remember right.
With that, then, if I'm going to refer to the last time.
So we have an exterior camera here. Is that the car in front of us?
That is just a random car.
Okay.
This box here is a blow up of the edge of this shadow here.
Oh,
the
good
car
heavens.
is gonna. Yeah, it's potato cam anyway.
Yeah.
It's from the very top of a 3-story building, showing down the length of the building. So it's a good distance, really high up, far away. Potato cam. You can't really see anything other than. There's a point where she grabs his handcuffs apparently and throws them out the passenger side window, and then he opens the door at one point while he's shooting. But yeah, the cars they're off site here negotiating $25 for a blowjob.
Okay.
He's flirting with her, and then they're going to drive around and park here in just a minute.
And we're at 1 minute of elapsed time, and we're hearing audio. What are we hearing at this point?
That's the cell phone that was in the door that you saw. This is audio from that.
So is this audio that is playing at the same time as we're watching, but in a different location?
Yes.
So the screen is the building, but they're not here yet, right?
They're not there.
So is that fair to say then that the audio is it starts
before they come into frame here? Yes, sir.
So we're catching the actual beginnings of the interaction between Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Castleberry?
Yes, sir.
Again, I misspoke. This was the lead investigator on the scene. The video guy's later.
Okay.
You can't hear anything they're saying, but whatever.
Stop at 122. Courtney, can you give us any more volume?
We'll skip ahead to where they come in. Here they're coming into the scene.
So here's just the blown up version of this.
And
where
you
the
can't
car
see
turns the
anything
corner.
really.
Yeah.
That's where she announces he's police. And she says, "You're police." Says, "Yeah, you're under arrest." And then she starts questioning whether he really is and asking for ID. I'm not trying to kidnap you or anything.
Hold on, let me see it.
And warrant, 50 chat, no, I never did get it.
So where's your bag?
I don't know. I'm falling apart. Nobody else, who I am. I'm cuffed just for my safety.
I'm gonna cuff you for my safety.
I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm just gonna cuff you.
No, I'm not getting any handcuffs.
You're being under arrest. If you don't have any warrants, I'll let you go.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to see some other type of ID about it.
I just showed you my ID. I don't have my badge on. I'm calling my buddy. Okay?
You're gonna have to do that. I'll go ahead and call myself. This is Yale.
Yeah.
Um. Because I know how the whole body situation works.
No radio.
I've never had any of the time. So,
Why? Because I don't have my badge. I left on my police shirt.
you don't have badge, you don't have your walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I do.
You don't have any of that.
You can
What is that? There's nothing you can
complain.
municipal court.
Vice.
Right, you get that on the court.
Right. So I'm a policeman.
You can give that.
Handcuffs, ID, and what you want.
And in just a second here, she's going to throw the handcuffs out of the passenger side window.
Stop it at 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Throughout this, at times you can hear some clicking. Were you able to determine what that?
I believe that was when Mr. Mitchell was texting Laura Evans.
And we were able to get a record.
Correct. Yes, sir.
He was texting somebody?
He was texting his partner to come over.
Oh.
Can you help me, please?
Stop at 5:47. Can you tell what's going on here?
Right here, you can't see it on here, but here a guy walks past and he's going to throw something in the dumpster. His name is Randall Jackson. So he lived at the time in the building.
You know where he is now.
I have no idea where he's at.
Do you, but again,
I wonder if that's the guy who called the police to send Vice over to clear all the whores out of the parking lot.
Yes.
Sorry, sex workers.
I'm the police.
I know you're not. And that's because I know the cases that when he's tracking me and saying he's a police officer and he's not a police officer.
Yes, I
He's
am.
acting like he's a police officer. And he's not. He has this and a thing out bad. Kidnapping women, I've already heard about him, and he already is one. It's possible to show you a picture, you know that, right? Yeah. They just show me the picture. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me.
See, that's apparently where she threw the handcuffs out the window. He says, you know, fuck you. And then she grabs the handcuffs and apparently throws them out the window.
Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Do not put your hands on me. Don't put your...
It appears there's some action actually leaving the window, the passenger side there. Was that window down?
It was down maybe about 4 inches or so, 3 or 4 inches.
Your hands on me. Help! Help!
She got a knife.
Help! Get off!
Cut me. So that's where the stabbing started, was here. That's where he was stabbed once in the hand.
Cut me.
Help me, please, open the back door, help me! Open the back door! He's coming! Please help me! Please help me!
And the shooting starts sometime around here. Now, the problem with this is the apparently shooting in the car overmodulated the mic, so you can't really tell where the shots are.
Oh, I
And
see.
You hear like little clicks, which I think is the shots. Like maybe there, there, and there, and there maybe. And that's the end of the action on the video.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can't tell anything.
Yeah.
I can't tell when the shots are fired, and that's critical.
Yeah, we're like I think there was a few clicks before, then she starts begging for help, and then there's a few clicky noises, which may have been, but nobody's pinpointed when these shots were fired yet. That's all we have to work with so far.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, now we'll start the afternoon session, and I mean not the afternoon session. We'll finish up the afternoon session, and then start today. Defense guy is gonna go.
Officer does on a citizen. Please. I'm cross-examining you is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
He jokes a little bit. Apparently, he's cross-examined him several times.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can turn the volume
Good
down.
afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
As you
I
know,
don't wanna
we've
kill
known each other a
everybody,
long time. My name is Mark
so to
Collins.
speak.
Together, my partner, Caitlin Stevens, we represent Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
We've known each other a long time, both professionally and personally, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the game plan after you reach 30 years?
Probably be retiring here soon.
So this might be the last time I get to cross-examine you is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know if we have enough time for that. Back in 2018, you were on the CERT team, correct?
Yes, sir.
And CERT team, are you also part of the homicide division?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do in terms of your responsibilities as a homicide.
So when there's a homicide called in, we respond to the scene as the unit. So if there's 8 of us working that day, we'll respond to the scene. It's kind of almost like we do at CERT. Everybody's gets certain jobs to do. Whoever the lead detective is at that time will kind of direct everybody what to do, and we'll collect evidence, photograph, do the same thing, basically what we kind of do in the CERT investigations.
Okay. So CERT is specifically for any type of injury to a Columbus police officer or a Columbus police officer does on a citizen.
Yes, sir. Well, technically at the time when we were doing CERT, we were doing pretty much all the jurisdictions in Franklin County.
So you would also investigate other uses of force in jurisdictions contiguous to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And how many members are usually on?
We'll talk about this on when we
12.
finish here.
And those 12 members, they have a certain level of expertise, correct?
Yes, sir.
The first-year homicide detective is not going to be on the CERT team.
Correct.
First-year detective in the assault squad is not going to be on the CERT team.
Correct.
Okay. So there has to be a level of expertise, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you do an investigation, you know you're investigating one of your fellow officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that most of the time you know those officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you know them more than others.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when the CERT team does an investigation, you're not investigating to try to determine if charges are to be filed, correct?
Correct. We're just collecting the facts.
You're collecting the facts because you know it's going to be reviewed internally.
Correct.
And you internally means within the division of police.
Yes, sir.
And you know it's going to be reviewed potentially by the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're not starting from a premise of I'm going to charge someone. You're starting from the premise of I want to gather as much information as possible because that's our job.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that you're investigating one of your own, is it fair to say you do the best job possible in those, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not saying you don't do the best job on other investigations, but you take pride in your investigations, both as a homicide detective as well as a CERT detective.
Yes, sir.
And just because you know someone or friends with someone or have worked with someone before, you're not going to do anything differently in that situation.
Correct.
Okay. So in that situation, back in 2018, and you were the lead detective of the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Part of that process that had been set up between CPD and the union and the prosecutor's office was there was a kind of a process to file in those investigations, right?
Yes, sir.
The first step was to get a written statement from the officer involved in that situation.
Yes.
Okay. Would you get a written statement from the officer that day or the next day?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, it just would depend. Like sometimes either the attorneys would have other cases and things going on. If the officer was injured and we couldn't get the statement, we would have to wait until they were ready to be able to, so we could get the statement from them.
Does it also have to do with detective based on your experience and training with regards to if an officer's been in a traumatic situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say officers based on your training experience remember things differently in a traumatic situation versus a normal situation, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you generally give them time to decompress, regroup, and go from there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think in this situation, you got Mr. Mitchell's written statement about a month after the incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that situation, he's not obligated to give a written statement.
Correct.
He does that voluntarily.
Yes.
It's my understanding on the CERT team, you then take that written statement, you read it, and then you compare it to the evidence that you've gathered thus far.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on his written statement, you were aware that there was a choking situation and struggle in the front seat between the two of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Subsequently, you then, in these types of investigations with the CERT team, you then asked for an interview of the individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you asked for an interview with Mr. Mitchell in this situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he complied, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the date of that interview, my client hasn't heard the audio, correct?
Correct.
My client hasn't seen the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what is your intent at that point in time in that interview? What are you trying to accomplish, Detective Shepard?
So typically when we do our interviews, it's at the time it was Eric Pilia was the search sergeant. So he would get the statement and then he would send it to whoever the lead was. So in this case, he sent it to me. So he had it and I had it. We both read it. Then he formulated his own questions and then I formulated my questions. Then we met and went over the questions to see if we had any overlap in the questioning. And then at that point, Mr. Mitchell came in with his attorney and then we conducted the interview.
And that's a labor attorney?
Yes, sir.
Provided by the kind of the setup and procedures that people have agreed upon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just like any other investigation, when you have evidence that you collected at a scene and you have witness statements or audio or video, you're trying to poke holes in whoever's person that you're interviewing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't matter if you're interviewing Mr. Mitchell or you're interviewing somebody else with the case. You're trying to see if it holds water, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
You're looking for deception. You're looking for inconsistencies, and you're trying to explain those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many interviews have you said would you believe that you've done over the years in terms of assault squad, homicide, and stuff like that? If people would be in the not from the search team, but just as a homicide detective or assault squad detective.
Well, I've been investigating violent crime for 20 years, so probably 700, 800.
Okay. All right. So you kind of have a knack or you know what to look for. You have some gut instincts, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you use those and follow those in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you then asked for my client to come in and interview, and he voluntarily agreed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, no obligation to do that.
Correct.
And you and Sergeant Pila started asking questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And right before the interview was done, you then said, hey, we're going to play you the audio tape.
Correct. Sergeant Pilia took Mr. Mitchell and his attorney into his office and played the audio for him.
Okay. But you got the interview, the statement first, and then the interview, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear that I think you or Sergeant Pila asked, there's things that he did not remember happening that you could hear on the audio.
Yes, sir.
One of those that you could hear that the window went down. Mm-hmm. So when you listen to the audio, we couldn't hear it earlier, but when you listen to the audio, you could actually hear that back window being put down.
Yes. So yes.
Or front window, I'm sorry.
Front window.
Who put that window down?
Ms. Castleberry.
Okay. So then it was also clear when you on that audio, you can also hear the door being open, correct?
Yes.
And you confronted Mr. Mitchell about, he didn't say the door was open, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell indicated he didn't believe it was open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you expect someone to be in that situation that just went through to remember everything?
No, sir.
Okay. That's based on your training and experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell didn't say, oh, yeah, that's right. Now I remember the door being open, right?
Correct.
He didn't say anything like that,
No,
right?
he did not.
He didn't say anything like, oh, yeah, now I remember. She put the window down and threw the handcuffs out.
No, he did not.
And based on your investigation, Ms. Castleberry is the one who threw the handcuffs out the window.
That's what I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in that situation, I believe you indicated that you felt that he was telling the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He honestly believed what he said. He honestly believed what he said in his written statement and didn't said in the interview.
Yes, sir.
About the window and about the door being open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, based on, you have a written statement, you have the evidence that you've gathered at the scene, the video. You didn't show me the video at this point in time.
No, I don't think so.
The video and audio hadn't been synced up.
Right, because we never had that.
Okay. So the next step is you have more investigation to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's based on what you hear Ms. Castleberry say in the audio,
Yes, sir.
as well as what you hear Mr. Mitchell say, both in the audio, his statement, and the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, your investigatory skills, you're trying to poke holes or to see from both sources of information, Ms. Castleberry and Mr. Mitchell, what you believe is correct or not, right?
Yes, sir.
That's your job.
Yes, sir.
If you don't put it to the test, you're not doing a thorough investigation.
Correct.
If you don't ask all the questions, someone's going to come back and say, hey, Detective Shepard, this is not good work.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think based on the information you indicated that you realized that Mr. Mitchell described a struggle for you with Ms. Castleberry back up against the windshield, with facing him and him grabbing her hands trying to get the knife.
Correct.
So based on that her foot was underneath there, you went to the prosecutor's office to see if they wanted you to test the DNA, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a prosecutorial team at that point in time, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to these two prosecutors, correct?
No, sir.
When you asked if they wanted the sample tested, what was their response?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I tested it anyways.
Okay. And the results of that test were what, Detective?
That Mr. Mitchell's DNA was on the bottom of her sandal,
And no other DNA was on the bottom of her sandal, correct?
other than I believe hers.
If
But
remember.
yes.
We have the stipulation of that. But and then you conveyed that and made that part of your full packet, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that surprise you when they told you not to test the sandal?
Yes.
I'm gonna. I don't have to approach you. It's the same thing. I'm gonna show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Okay. What's that a picture of, sir?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I can.
The sandals.
Okay. And are those the sandals that you then on your own took them and had them tested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was on the bottom of. Do you remember which foot?
I believe the left.
Okay. All right. And that's a fair and accurate picture of the sandals as they appeared when they were photographed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, also based on your review of the audio tape, some statements from Ms. Castleberry, you took it upon yourself to go talk to Sergeant Rapp, Sergeant Evans, and Sergeant Pelfrey, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Pelfrey is the head of the sexual abuse unit.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, back in 2018.
2018, he was the first shift sergeant of
August.
the sexual abuse. Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Mike Evans was a sergeant of the Vice Squad back in August of 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Sergeant Pelfrey was the
Rapp.
Sergeant Rapp was the head of the human trafficking unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was an issue within like a week prior of August 23rd, 2018, of what Ms. Castleberry said on there. You went and asked those people, have you heard that allegation?
Correct.
And they indicated to you no.
Correct.
Okay. And again, that's you attempting to view something with your investigatory skills, read something, look at something, and then, follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some of the things with regards to that you testified on direct. A U-10-100, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those are specifically for the Columbus Police Department, correct?
Well, the one that you saw in the picture, that's the one that we use. Like the sheriff's department has a different form. It's basically the same information, but it's formatted for what they need. And Bexley has their own, and everybody has, it's the same form, it's just formatted different. But the one that Mr. Mitchell was using that day belongs to the Columbus Police Department.
Okay. And you can't get it online, right?
No.
You can't just pick it up somewhere. They're specific to you guys, correct?
Correct.
It is a piece of paper with ink on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the audio, you hear about an affidavit or a complaint. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what that is.
So if I was going to charge you with a crime, we have a form and it's an affidavit. So I have to write in a statement of facts of why I was charging you with, if say you had a gun on you and I stopped you and I was going to charge you with, say, CCW, I would have to put the elements of the crime in there. So when it comes here and the judge sees it, the judge understands why I charge you with this crime. And also has to put your information, like your name, date of birth, all that stuff on there, where the incident occurred.
And you heard Mr. Mitchell's attempt to show that the affidavit, so to speak, of the complaint.
Yes, sir.
And the vice unit has their own affidavit, correct?
Yes, they have their own forms that they use.
Okay. And again, those aren't out in the public or accessed online or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And prior to the homicide squad, you were on the assault squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many years there?
6.5.
Only difference there is same kind of issues, just the individual doesn't pass away.
Correct.
Okay. So you're investigating altercations, shootings, stabbings, things of that nature.
Poisonings, all kinds of stuff.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, defendants exhibit 5. Also, I believe up on the table, you have R4. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury again what R4 is.
This is the knife Ms. Castleberry had at the time.
Okay. What condition is that in? That's folded up, correct?
No, it's actually open.
Okay. Well, I can't see it. And let me try it this way. This is defendants exhibit 5.
That's how it is in here.
Okay. Now they're in here, sir, because that's sealed, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't want you to have to deal with that. Thank you, Courtney. So if you take out your laser, if you would, and just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is here.
What that piece is right there?
Yes.
That looks like the screw, like one of the screws. Yeah, looks like one of the screws for the knife.
This is a switchblade, correct?
Yes, it's like it pops open.
Okay, but it pops open how?
It will. Well, I'm quite sure. Like you guys see the lock blades, but if you just flip the button, it'll just the blade will come right out.
So some knives that are folding knives, you have to actually physically use one hand to open it, hold the other hand, correct?
Yes.
This type of knife, all you have to do is simply hit a button and it flips open.
Yes.
Flips open fast, right?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Courtney. And you've dealt with injuries, both lethal and non-lethal, with a knife, correct?
Yes, sir.
They should have him demonstrate that.
Homicides, not when a knife was used.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Could be one insertion,
Or
correct?
multiple.
Or multiple, right?
Yes, sir.
So that knife in front of you, that is a dangerous lethal weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No doubt about that.
Correct.
And as part of this case, a part of your investigation, I apologize, you had to obtain other medical records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Folks, a box cutter is a lethal weapon. It doesn't need to be a big knife.
Hell, a pen or a pencil is a lethal weapon. You know?
May I approach the witness, sir? I'm handing you with the mark for identification purposes.
Watch him read his.
Possession of a copy of the records that you obtained in your investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you actually got those and gave them to the case file, which you turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in there, that shows the type of surgery that was had, and you were aware in your investigation that he received 34 stitches, correct?
Yes, sir.
He received a blood transfusion that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And somebody went to the hospital that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that was?
From the CERT team, it was Dana Kroom, I believe.
So I'm going to hand you, or I'm going to publish first defendant's exhibit 6. Okay. So are you familiar with this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so Detective Kroom went to the hospital, and that was a picture of the injury prior to surgery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on his arm there, if you put your pointer to it, what is that, sir?
That is a tourniquet.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why a tourniquet is used in situations like
Because
this.
he was bleeding so much, they wanted to, the first, might have been Officer Carter, I believe, put that tourniquet on to try to slow the bleeding down so the medics could get there and do their medical stuff.
And other pictures were taken at the hospital too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Defendant's exhibit 7, and I apologize, you can't see this very well. Why was this picture taken?
Because you can't really see, but like right here, along that line, I believe right here, there's like cuts, like small cuts on his fingers.
And how about better maybe on defendant's exhibit 8?
Yes, you can still see the, well, it's kind of hard to see on here, but yeah, they're up here, and he had some other like minor like little cuts.
Yeah, please make the pictures as difficult to see as possible.
Significance of those minor cuts.
A lot of times, especially in a knife incident or even with a gun, you will see people take a defensive posture, almost like a boxer stance, or they'll put their hands up. And you see it in movies all the time when somebody's getting ready to, people always do this thing, and you can end up getting cut, or, you know, like you'll see gunshot wounds through people's hands, or stab wounds in the hands.
We call those defensive wounds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your analysis and your investigation, did you also try to determine if there were any defensive wounds on Ms. Castleberry's hands?
Yes, sir.
Were there any?
We did not.
Okay.
Any, no.
And did you, a lot of times, if someone's defending themselves, they might have stuff under the fingernails, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any evidence of anything under her fingernails indicating defensive wounds?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, before assault squad, I assume you were on patrol for a number of years.
Yes, sir.
How many years?
4 years.
4 years.
Sorry.
And I'm sure you came into countless numbers of people in terms of having to arrest them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you have probable cause to arrest someone, you tell them they're going to be arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why do you tell them?
You always want to inform people what, you know, if it's a domestic issue and you show up, you always want to tell the other party, well, you know, based on what we've determined here, we're going to arrest you. Or if it's out of a theft or something, you're going to charge somebody, you tell them that they're under arrest. So at that point, when you attempt to take them into custody and they resist, then that's another charge. Instead of, if I don't ever tell you you're under arrest and you hurt me, or you know, I can't say, well, yeah, this person assaulted me and, you know, broke my arm, knocked me down or whatever, I can't charge you any other crimes because I never informed you were under arrest.
And that's based on your training, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you guys get trained on a yearly basis on those types of things, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then do you also ask them, hey, do you have any weapons on you before I pat you down or before I place you under arrest?
Yes, sir.
And why are you asking that?
Just because you want to know for your safety, if you're working with a partner, you want to know for your safety or their safety that this person has a weapon or they don't have a weapon. We always ask, do you have any needles and things like that? Because I don't want to get stuck with a needle, just like I'm sure nobody else wants to either. So.
And when you're telling them, hey, I'm going to arrest you, hey, I'm going to handcuff you, you tell them that, correct?
Yes.
Why do you tell them that you're going to handcuff them?
Just so they know what's coming. So it's not a surprise. It's not, well, hey, you didn't tell me that. And then some people will fight because now they think, oh, you're going to arrest me. Well, I told you I was going to arrest you, and then I'm putting handcuffs on you now. And it's kind of a safety issue because sometimes when you tell people that, they got to think about it for a second, and hopefully you got the handcuffs on before they realize you actually handcuff them.
So you're trying to get the handcuffs on at that point in time that you deem appropriate as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what are you looking for when you're going to handcuff somebody in terms of their compliance?
Sometimes you can tell by posture. Some people will like stiffen up because they know you're going to handcuff them, so that you can't. Like if there's a guy that's bigger, like you're a big guy, so if I go to handcuff you, no, you're just a big man. So, but if I go to handcuff you, I want to be able to. I can tell when he starts to tense up that okay, we're going to start fighting. So this way, if I can get the cuffs on you without having those issues, and usually sometimes you can talk people into letting you handcuff sometimes.
Okay. That's a technique you're trained as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if the person starts physically resisting, what is your object at that point in time based on your training and experience?
To get them as cuffed as soon as possible and get them under control.
Okay. And at that point in time, is it fair to say the suspect is the aggressor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if a dangerous weapon is brought in the equation, that's another threat or a deadly threat at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
When you go to handcuff someone and if they resist, it's not a negotiation, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not a bargaining situation or something like that, correct?
No, it's not.
Do you care why they are resisting or why they are elevating the situation?
No.
Why?
Because I want to take them into custody.
Are you focused on their actions at that point in time or are you focused on their words?
Actions.
Why?
Well, because I can tell you, okay, I quit, and then I can punch you in the face. So if I can't get your hands, like some people will kind of do like this, and I'm quite sure everybody's seen when the officers are trying to pull their arms out. If I'm doing this, obviously I can't handcuff you. I don't know if you have a weapon because if you're laying on the ground, I can't see. So I have to get your hands out so I can handcuff you for my safety and for your safety.
And that's based on training.
Yes, sir.
And if you have probable cause and you have a lawful arrest, you're absolutely allowed to place your hands on them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can invade their space. You can grab them. You can do whatever it takes reasonably to put the handcuffs on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It doesn't matter if they don't believe you or they're suspicious of you.
No, at that point, I'm trying to effect an arrest.
Okay. It's your duty to try to get them cuffed. It's your duty to try to get control of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's not like, hey, I don't believe you're an officer, therefore, I get a pass. I can just leave, right?
Yeah, you can't do that.
You would be charged with dereliction of duty or something, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. All right. In terms of noncompliance, you've dealt with people, I'm sure, that were sober, no problems?
Correct.
Sober people, problems?
Correct.
People who were intoxicated, problems?
Yes.
Some people intoxicated, no problems?
Correct.
People who were high on drugs, problems?
Yes.
Sometimes not problems?
Correct.
So you're trained to expect the unexpected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your experience, when have you come into contact in your 29 and 9 months of experience, have you come into contact with people who have been high on drugs?
Yes, sir.
What types of reactions in terms of noncompliance have you dealt with them, detective?
A lot of times people win. Sometimes people fight. I mean, they will like fight you like it's a boxing match or a UFC match. Sometimes people just won't comply. They just won't do what you're asking them to do. So, like I said, keeping their arms tucked under or just not, trying to push you away, things like that.
Back in 2018, in August, Detective Shepard, if you were issuing a summons or a citation for a misdemeanor or an officer did you have discretion whether or not they had to go to jail?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also have the duty to look up and check and see if they had a warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you do that for ladies and gentlemen jury?
So for us, if you're in a cruiser, you guys seen they have computers in the cruiser, so they can type the information in themselves. For detectives or like vice officers or narcotics officers, we have what we call the comm channel. So we will call in, and then our leads person will run the person for us by the information they give us, name, social security, birth date, and then they will tell us whether they have a warrant or not.
And back in August of 18, if someone had a misdemeanor warrant, was there any discretion not to arrest them?
In 2018?
Right.
Yeah, 2018, if somebody had a jaywalking ticket and you stopped them, technically we can take them to jail. But we had the discretion saying, well, it's a jaywalking ticket. Yeah, you don't do it again, whatever, and let them go.
But if they were under arrest and they had a warrant, didn't you have to take them to jail?
Yeah, we had especially certain charges, we had to take people to jail. So at the point, I tell you you're under arrest, you're under arrest. So
tell the ladies and gentlemen, based on your training experience, what dope sick is.
So if you are on some type of narcotic, heroin, fentanyl, the bigger drugs like that, if you don't take it, then you get like super sick. You're throwing up, you got aches, pains, hot flashes, all that stuff from not being able to get the drugs.
And part of your duties in this investigation was to go to the coroner's office and get the coroner's report as well as toxicology, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as Mr. Cable indicated, Ms. Castleberry had a high amount of fentanyl in her system, correct?
Yes, sir.
A high amount of cocaine in her system, correct?
Yes, sir.
She also had a veterinary drug in her system, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I can't even pronounce it.
But
But it was a heavy narcotic.
and based on your investigation, it's my understanding that those were taken either within 5 minutes of coming into contact with Mr. Mitchell up to 3 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell the ladies and the jury the effects of those type of drugs in someone's system. These were high amounts, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially, like cocaine will amp you up and get your heart going fast and stuff. And some of the other drugs can do the same. Some drugs make people not think of their actions. So normally, if I were to tell you, okay, hey, you're under arrest for this, you'd be like, oh, okay. But sometimes under those drugs, they will make you not think rationally, I guess. Would be a better way to put it.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Cable, courtesy, if he will play, and Courtney, a little bit louder this time, the first minute or minute and a half so of the audio tape.
Okay.
I guess while he's getting ready, based on your investigation, you were aware that there was conversations by Ms. Castleberry about getting drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
She wanted to score some dope. Okay. All right. And let's see if we
Okay, let's slow this down to normal speed.
My daughter's birthday.
Were you able to hear that better than the first time, Detective?
No, I wasn't.
Neither was I.
I couldn't hear it. I was trying to listen for it.
At the end there, who was directing who there?
She was directing Mr. Mitchell where to go.
Okay. And based on your experience and training in the investigation, is it clear sometimes that vice detectives undercover will allow someone to direct them where to go, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to hear anything about the drugs at that point or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm in here. I can't hear it.
But when you listened to it on its own, you were able to hear that?
Yes.
And same, you were able to hear the elements of prostitution, correct?
Correct.
I think it was, that's too expensive, $25 for some head. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to hear all of those on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the courtroom, it's a little more difficult.
Different. Yeah. It echoes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Hmm.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, defendant's exhibit 3 and 2 pages out. If you can take a look at it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Somebody does defendant's exhibit 3.
That's so if you get charged or summons to come to court, and then when you don't show up, they issue like a bench warrant or whatever. So they will issue a warrant. The court will issue a warrant for your arrest. So then that will go into the system. So any officer that runs you for whatever reason, I mean, you might live up by Polaris, but you get stopped in Grove City, they run you, that information will show up that you have a warrant for your arrest out of Delaware County or wherever.
And so part of your responsibilities, you want to determine whether or not Donna Castleberry had any warrants.
Yes, sir.
And that's based on you hearing my client asking if she had any warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so page 1 of defendant's exhibit 3, is that what you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now on there, when someone gets charged with offensive prostitution, they get a summons, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that summons, it has a date of when you will appear.
Yes, sir.
This one is called an order in entry signed by Judge Jody Thomas.
Yes, sir.
And here, it's the defendant, Ms. Castleberry, failed to show for what's called a sentencing, correct?
Yes, sir.
So she had already been to court at a prior time and pleaded guilty to something.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you're told when to show up for your sentencing.
Yes, sir.
So as of, so she had a court date, she was supposed to be there on August 21st, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it's time stamped and signed, so this then gets filed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And describe for the ladies of the jury what page 2 is of that document.
So this is what will go to the to the court saying, like you see where it says defendant charge information, I'm sorry, right here. So this will show the charge, basically saying her information, saying that she has this issue with the court.
So on August 21st of 2018, this would be in the system that you described for the ladies and gentlemen earlier to check on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you pulled those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she has a warrant for arrest.
So describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and based on your 29 years and 9 months of experience, where this occurred at Yale and Bellows. Describe for them the type of neighborhood and the types of crimes you've had to investigate there.
There's a lot of prostitution in that area, drug sales, robberies, those type of crimes over in that area.
Weapons normally involved in that situation?
Yes, sir.
Addictions in those situations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit to some of the other investigations, okay? But some of the other investigative work you did in this situation.
Okay.
I'm going to publish, with the court's permission, Defendant's Exhibit 10. I think Mr. Cable already showed you this, but I'm going to kind of go over it a little bit more in detail, okay?
Okay.
All right. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is using the pointer.
This is the same picture that we saw.
I guess I was muted.
With the
Yeah,
defect.
I think this is an all-female jury.
You mentioned it's a defect. Explain what that means.
Well, just using the term, it's a bullet hole, but initially that wasn't how the seat was created. So when it's damaged, we're just calling it a defect.
Okay. So what is described for this area? What's around the, and you consider that an entrance?
Yes, this we believe is the entrance and the exit right here, according to the dowel rod that you saw earlier, going through the seat.
And the area around the entrance, is that also an example of soot and stippling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, that's because the gun was a certain distance, either from 0 to 18 inches away, right there.
Correct.
When a bullet goes through something like a seat, do you know where it goes after that?
No.
Why?
Because bullets trajectory changes once it hits something. Sometimes it may stay true depending on the type of round it is. Just like with the casings, you know, if I took my gun and start shooting it, you would think all the casings would go this way. But if one hits the monitor here, it may bounce off and come back towards you guys. If I shoot and hit this piece of wood, the bullet may just stick in it and it may come out and go a different angle because of the wood. Just change the trajectory of that particular bullet.
So in that situation, we can say that the weapon had to be between 0 and 18 inches or so, maybe a little bit more, firing towards that direction, correct?
That's fair.
Okay. But once the bullet leaves the exit, you have no idea where it goes.
Correct.
Okay. And Defendant's 11 is just a close-up of the exit.
Yes, right here.
Okay. Thank you. While we're on it, so, no, I'm sorry. I tricked you. Mr. Cable showed you State's Exhibit F15. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so there it looks in the picture as though it's going into the seat. That's not the case, correct?
Correct. This part right here is not touching, the end of the dowel rod is not touching the headrest of the passenger seat.
Okay. So now, Detective, you can't tell where the gun was at that point in time, correct?
Forgetting to bring the microphone back up. For Andrew's benefit, there were 6 shots. One went through the seat, the driver's side rear seat, went through the seat, through the wheel well and into the tire. One went through the roof of the car, and this one went through the back seat into the trunk of the car. 3 went in her.
But of course, we don't know the sequence, right?
Yeah, not yet.
So the first 3 shots may have been all misses.
We just have no idea. They haven't made that clear yet. And then they're going to be talking about him limp wristing it as part of the jam and the reason why things are all around here. But they get to that in just a second, if I recall.
Correct? Like the last one.
Correct.
The gun could have been here.
Yes.
Could have been here.
Yes.
Could have been here.
Yes, sir.
Probably wasn't on the other side of the seat at that point in time because it would have gone through, there'd be a marking, right?
Probably, yes.
So the physical gun has to be on this side of the seat, pointing this way at that angle.
Correct.
But you can't tell where Mr. Mitchell was at that point in time or how he was holding the gun, correct?
No, I can't.
Meaning, if this is the angle, he could be firing like this.
Yes.
He could be firing like this with his
Yes,
body in front of it, or he could be on this side.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all you can say is that the gun had to be in a certain area, pointed a certain direction.
Yes, sir.
And we know from this picture that the gun had to be on this side of the headrest.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna give you that. So then on State's Exhibit F27, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is.
Well, this is the same thing with the dowel rod. So you can see the bullet entered here and then came out and into the tire.
Okay. So once again, the gun could have been here.
Possible.
I mean, on this.
It could be on that trajectory, yes.
I'm gonna try to on that trajectory. You do it with your point.
Oh, right here?
Yes. It had to be somewhere on that trajectory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, may I have the lights, Courtney? May I approach it, John? Okay. So when you examine the bullet holes and the trajectories in the car, you did it. Let's say we're doing it as though we're in the front looking back.
Okay.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury one of the flight paths.
The bullets?
Yes.
So if we're looking into the back seat, the picture we just looked at, it would be more at an angle going down.
So going from left to right.
To right in a downward
In a
angle.
downward angle,
Yes.
right? Okay. So there's no doubt about that the gun had to be held in a direction going left to right.
Correct.
In a downward angle.
Yes, sir.
There's another one up high, right?
Yes, sir.
Going front to back.
Yes, sir.
Right to left, high.
Yeah, in an upward angle.
Excuse me, an upward angle.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And there's a third one, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
The one that went through the seat.
The seat.
So it would be right to left in a downward angle.
More level down. In the
Yes,
middle.
more level, kind of a slight downward angle.
And that's the one that went into the trunk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have 3 paths of bullets going in 3 different directions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But all going kind of front to back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One downward, is that the one that went into the tire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One kind of level this way in the middle,
Correct.
and then one going up, or the angle's going up.
Yes.
Okay. Based on your experience and training, is that consistent with firing at a threat that's moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If a threat was stationary right there, you would expect all of the things, a reasonable thing to be all in the same general area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you train at the range, those targets don't move left and right, correct?
Unless they move them.
Right.
But yeah, normally they stay stationary.
Or they come towards your back.
Yes, sir.
But it's the same line.
Yes, sir.
And that's how you're trained, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're at that range and it's a shoot, don't shoot scenario, what do they train you to do when you perceive a deadly threat?
They train us to shoot till the threat stops.
And what does that mean to you, sir, based on your training?
That I will keep shooting till the threat is no longer a threat.
So there's no number of shots that you're trained to do. It's until that threat stops.
Yes, sir.
And at the range, is that when either the target is down or the target goes away or something like
Or
that?
it'll face sideways. So if it's facing this way, when that line of fire is over, it'll turn sideways.
It's impossible to hit that target sideways, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're trying to determine whether the person's coming, the threat's coming at you, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's techniques of what you're supposed to do if you're able to, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever experienced any training or firearms training on shoot, don't shoot inside of a small vehicle?
No.
They don't train like that, correct?
Yeah, we don't do that. Maybe some other agencies do, but in Columbus, we don't.
Okay. All right. And when you're training at the range, that's a controlled environment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually have a person with their hand on behind you, guiding you to make sure you only shoot in certain directions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's not a dynamic fluid. They try to make it comparable, but it's not the same, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay. May I have this? I'm going to put up again. Sorry, I'm going to put up 01, State's Exhibit 01 that they already showed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this situation, okay, if you'll go to gunshot entrance wound number 2, all right, there's stippling there, right?
Yes, sir.
So again, that wound, the gun had to be within 0 to a certain amount of inches, whether it's 18, 20, or however, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the angle of that? Do you know?
I believe it was almost level.
Okay. So that would mean that the gun, as it relates to right there, so if it's on me, had to kind of be even, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it went through there and then went up into the back of the thigh, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, detective, if I'm standing here and you have the gun at the same level right here, it's not going up my thigh, correct?
Correct.
The leg has to be bent up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that, you don't know where Miss Castleberry was when she received that injury.
Correct.
She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She could have been right next to him.
Yes.
Bent up. In order to go from the front seat to the back seat, there's a space in the middle to go from, right?
Yes.
So if I'm sitting in the front seat and Miss Castleberry, she's got to come towards me going back seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the leg has to be bent in order for it to go through and up in.
Yes, sir. Like this.
And so the gun has to be a certain amount of close proximity.
Yes,
In that situation. Okay. And then other things, you pulled the 911 tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, you pulled the 911 tape, as you do in every case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? This is defendants 21, only for demonstrative. So you pulled, where did you get the 911 call from?
From our radio room.
Okay. And if you would just read that transcription to yourself, I don't want you to say it out loud.
Yeah, this attorney is very good, very sharp.
Yes, sir.
Very on point.
Judge, we have an agreement.
It is a very good cross-examination.
I'll call a different time. But that was obtained during the regular course of your investigation in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
In addition, you were aware that one of the people out there who called 911 also had their shirt involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as state or defendant's exhibit 12. Okay. That's next to cone 5. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw that? That's what was used to wrap Mr. Mitchell's hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the person who actually called 911 took their shirt off to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then Defendant's Exhibit 14, that's a picture of the handcuffs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your investigation and from the audio tape and videotape, those were tossed outside the window by Ms. Castleberry,
I believe so, yes.
the driver's side window?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Passenger side.
Passenger side window, thank you. And all those were fair and accurate copies of the original, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor? You mentioned to Mr. Cable directly in your investigation, you came across the fact of the gun jam, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you indicated that you had never experienced that before, correct?
Yes, I have.
And did you investigate as to different causes of gun jams like that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens, what the limp wrist theory is with regards to gun jams.
So I don't know if you guys have ever fired guns before, but if you don't hold on to the gun, I mean, you don't have to squeeze it, because if you squeeze it so tight, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to throw rounds all over the place. But if you hold it too loose, then with semi-automatic handguns, it can cause a malfunction. With a revolver, pretty much revolvers are golden. You can shoot them all day. But with a semi-automatic handgun, if it's real, like loose in your wrist, you will have tendencies for rounds to go all over the place. And when your wrist is loose like that, sometimes certain semi-automatic guns can have malfunctions.
And in reviewing the audio tape, and again, you indicated that you could hear it much better when you just play it by itself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was conversation about acute dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
Conversation about a tattoo and how much it costs.
Yes, and the date, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. And it was her daughter's birthday. And Ms. Castleberry actually asked, are you a cop or anything?
Correct.
And Mr. Mitchell was deceptive about that, said, didn't answer, right?
Yes.
Because he didn't have the elements at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's when you hear, do you know where to park?
And then she directs him to the address.
At that point in time, that's where it says she wanted to go to that area because that's where she'll be getting some dope.
Yes, she's comfortable probably in that area.
Okay. And then the price was talked about from $30 to $25.
Yes, sir.
And that was agreed to, and that's when you have the elements for prostitution.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what we got.
He talked her down $5 on the blowjob.
Based on someone's size, does it matter how big or small they are, detective, if they have a deadly weapon?
Yes, sir.
Give the extra $5 and guarantee no teeth.
Depending on the size can kill you depending on what they have or their skill set. As far as being able to fight or, so if you have a weapon, that gives you an advantage.
Okay. And in terms of stuff that's found at the scene, in the car, where it was found in the car, you have no idea how they got there, right?
No.
Just because that knife is found, when the first person gets there, they're supposed to contain the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first person who got there and sees a knife there notifies someone, correct?
Yes. Well, when the first detective who gets there, they kind of explain what they saw.
Okay. But that knife could have got there in any part of that confrontation in there, correct?
Yes.
You have no, it could have been swung from the back and thrown in there. It could have been thrown at Mr. Mitchell. You have no idea, right?
Correct.
Okay. Same thing with the shell casings, same thing with the bullet, with some of the bullet paths.
Yes.
Nobody pays MSRP. Come
Can I
on.
have a moment, Your Honor? Okay. The boss gave me some more questions, sorry. In the situation, you identified the bullets into Ms. Castleberry, right? The wounds. I'm sorry, on 001.
Okay.
You listed numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Those numbers don't mean that's the order they occurred, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea when she received those specific injuries to her body.
Correct.
You have no idea if this one in the leg was the first shot or the sixth shot.
Correct.
Same with one that goes up, one that goes down, and one that goes in the middle.
Yes.
No one can ever tell what order they occurred in.
Correct.
Detective Shepard, that's all the questions I have for you. If I don't get to cross-examine you again, I wish you best of luck in retirement.
Thank you, sir.
You recall in your first interview with Mr. Mitchell, did he mention anything about sworn vote?
No.
And did he tell you that she in fact didn't believe that he was a police officer?
Did
The suspect did not believe I was a police officer?
he say that?
Yeah.
Well, of course she didn't.
I guess, can you question?
I mean, when?
His first interview.
Right.
His written statement.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you that the suspect did not believe I was a police officer?
He did say that.
There's a lot of kind of answers you gave that I just want to clarify what you know and what you don't know.
Yes.
And I'm not saying anything's wrong, but things make common sense, but sometimes we know them, sometimes we don't. So for instance, this limp wrist syndrome, did that come up from Andy Mitchell?
No, not his interview.
Have you ever had someone personally have limp wrist syndrome?
Like for us, like when we're firing at the
They
range,
do. They drink Bud Light.
the range instructors stand behind you and watch you shoot, and they will say you're limp wristing it, meaning you're throwing all your rounds a certain way.
Right, but have you ever had a jam from that?
I have not, no.
Okay. Do you know of anybody else around you in CPD during the firearms that have ever had a jam from limp wrist?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so how does limp wrist fit here?
like I said, I've never seen it, so I can't.
It
say that's
happens
what's
all the
caused.
time,
And I get-
particularly
maybe.
if you're
Okay.
shooting weekend.
The handcuffs that came out of the window,
Yes, sir.
we saw that on tape,
Yes, sir.
right? And that's, again, you weren't in the car, right?
Correct.
So, I guess, how do you know those, that she?
And it's not a syndrome.
Well, like I said, I believe she did just because it was on her side of the car and she didn't want to be handcuffed. So to me, it wouldn't make sense for him to throw the handcuffs out the window if he's trying to handcuff.
Right, and you're right, I think you did say, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. When you first talked to Mr. Mitchell and had the audio, did you know at that point that she had, was there anything from the audio that cued you in that she had moved to the back seat?
No, you just hear sounds and people moving, but at that point, no.
So at the time, you would have known that she moved to the back seat.
If I listen to the audio, no.
And once you watch the video, can you generally make out movement patterns of the parties?
When you look at the little blown up square, you can see movement a little bit better than you could when it was sitting at the end of the building. So you can
Not
see people
really.
moving around, but you can't tell who's who and who's doing what.
Well, you generally know where they were seated.
Right.
And again, I'm not trying to say this is a great video, you can't tell. But can you tell generally when Donna Castleberry goes to the back seat?
Yeah, I think I can guess by looking at it.
And do the shots come after she goes to the back seat?
That's kind of a hard one to tell. I know some of them are when she's in the back seat.
And they come after that door is open?
I believe, yeah, there's a couple that maybe come after the doors open.
And he asked, Mr. Collins asked you about the drugs in her system and all that stuff, and what generally, I understand it was general questions, right? What
Yes, sir.
generally people do.
Right.
Do you have any evidence how those drugs were affecting Donna Castleberry?
No, sir.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Donna knew she had a warrant?
No.
How could she? Okay. She knows she didn't show up for sentencing.
When you're in an undercover situation, whose duty is it to explain that you're a police officer?
The detective.
And when you're assessing a threat, as or Mr. Collins mentioned, you talk about posture and how they can kind of blow up. Or do you listen to what they're telling you?
Sometimes, depending on the situation. If the person's calm, maybe you're trying to de-escalate a little bit. But if they're not, then I'm just trying to get you handcuffed.
But you're taking in all the information.
Trying to, yes.
Yeah, okay. Does movement, again, you answered these in general, I understand that. Does movement always represent a threat?
I guess it depends on the situation.
If somebody's running away from you?
Yeah, if they're running away from you, then, you know, the only time I would perceive somebody running away from me as a threat is if I know you just shot somebody and I'm chasing you and you still have a gun, you are a threat because you can turn and shoot me at any point. So those type of situations, yes.
And again, in your training, you're supposed to take that all in consideration.
Yes, sir.
And the universal hands up, I understand that you can't just stop.
Correct.
But is that a way to convey that maybe they're not a threat?
It depends.
Okay.
You know, on the situation again, if they've already, like if you already got punched or kicked or whatever, and now I caught up to you after chasing you, and then you put your hands up saying, "Oh, I quit." Well, you just kicked me or punched me. And how do I know you're not going to do it again? So I guess it depends on the situation.
Right. And I just want to make sure, because you talked in generalities,
Yes, sir.
that you're not making blanket statements about what happened inside that car.
Correct.
When you arrest, or I'm sorry, when you have a situation where you use force, let's say you fire your firearm in your training and experience, are you taught to try to reassess once you start firing?
How we were taught in the course of fire that we train, we do different courses of fire throughout the year. That particular course of fire was a decision course. So one of the scenarios was you walk into UDF and, you know, then you walk out on the range and just you and the range officer behind you hold on to you so you don't turn and shoot them. So then the targets will turn. So some scenarios, it was just a guy turning around with a beer in his hand. The other scenario was a guy holding a gun on the store clerk. So there's certain things that they stick in places they set out so they want you to take cover to see what kind of actions you take. Instead of just standing there and then the guy shoots you, you know, they want you to take cover and do different things like that. So, but during that course of fire is also when they told us you shoot till the threat stops. So it's not shoot once and then see if they stop. You shoot till they're no longer a threat, or you perceive them to be no longer a threat to you.
And in your experience with these kind of things, do they usually pull off a bunch of shots real quick?
Depends on the person. Yeah, sometimes some people might fire 2 shots, some people might fire 5, some might shoot 8. It just depends on the person.
Okay. And but you are required, are you not, to after whatever amount of shots you take to reassess what's going on? And in other words, is that person now running away, or is that person stopped moving, or whatever?
Yes, you're trying to, I guess, do this. If you see the person is down, then you will probably try to stop and say, okay, let me make sure that they are down and they're not playing possum on me and wait for me to walk up on them to then harm me again. So
Are you trained that every shot you take has to count?
yes, we try to make sure that happens.
And are you trained, if possible, to preserve life?
Yes, sir.
when you have a suspect who's, and this is back to generalities, when you have a suspect in your normal course of investigations for a homicide.
Yes, sir.
So let's say you show up on a crime scene and the person who did the shooting is still there.
Yes, sir.
What do you do in that situation?
Typically what we'll do is we will transport that person back to police headquarters. And then at that point, we will try to read them their rights and see if they will give us a statement.
Do you give that person time to cool down and prepare a written statement?
No.
You mentioned the DNA, and I just want to be clear again on what you know and what you don't know. And I get common sense inferences you make. I get it. But you said you found DNA on the left underside of her
sandal. Yeah.
And that is the same leg that she was shot through?
Yes.
The one that the bullet, they counted for 3 wounds?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any personal knowledge or any idea of when that DNA got deposited on the bottom of her shoe?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I think.
Very briefly.
Let's pick up where Mr. Cable left off, okay, Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
The fact that my client described how her foot was under his throat and he was pulling her hands, and the more he pulled her hands, the more the foot pressure was into his neck, right? Yes, you talked about that on direct, correct? In that situation, it's pretty reasonable that the fact that that leg had DNA, or that sandal had DNA on the bottom of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not probably a coincidence, right? Or else he'd be the luckiest person in the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of, again, going back, the civilian who's at a scene who murdered someone, correct?
Yes, sir.
That person can say they don't want to give a statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
That person isn't put in life and death situations. Potentially each and every day they leave their house to go to work, correct?
Correct.
That's why officers are given time, because they have to go through these things and they're trained to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not giving any extra benefit or luxury to an officer. Those are protocols that are put in place by agreement of the parties, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you run away in a car if you're defending yourself as a police officer, if you believe the door is closed? Can you run away from in a car if you believe the car is closed and you're an officer? Do you have a duty to run away?
No, sir.
If you think someone's going to kill you?
Yeah, you don't
What's your duty?
to affect the arrest if you're attempting to make an arrest.
And once you've had a life-threatening threat, is your duty to stop the threat?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cable talked about the range and firing at the range and stuff like that. Do you fire with one hand, then both hands and another hand?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire, do you have protection on your ears?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
If you guys have ever fired a gun, especially in an enclosed place, it's kind of deafening. Even like for us, we put earplugs in, and then we have noise canceling headphone things. We put kind of like you see when people driving tractors and stuff. We have those over our ears just so we don't lose our hearing.
Have you ever shot a weapon inside a small car?
I have not.
Okay. If you had, do you believe based on your experience and training and knowledge and having shots,
I have.
would you be able to hear anything in a car after the first shot went off?
I don't think so.
That's not unreasonable, correct?
No.
Mr. Cable talked to you about the handcuffs and logic and general, the handcuffs. At the time the handcuffs went out the window,
Did you hear anything after the first shot?
Pretty tough to have your seatbelt on and reach over and drop the handcuffs out, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the video, you can see that someone puts their hand out and drops them out, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be physically impossible for someone to be seatbelted in unless they had Shaquille O'Neal's arm length to drop it out, correct?
Yes, sir.
More reasonable than not that Donna Castleberry threw them out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cable talked about attempts to identify my client made to identify himself as a police officer. There were multiple attempts, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any of those unreasonable that he did in terms of his ID, the U-10-100, the affidavit, any of those unreasonable to you?
No, sir.
Reasonable attempts at identifying himself as a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the scenario that you described, if Mr. Cable said with the hands up, right? When someone's hands up, that doesn't mean they don't have a weapon, correct?
Correct.
You said if someone punched you once, you have to start from the position they might punch you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Punch you once, shame on me, right?
Yes, sir.
Punch you twice, shame on you.
Yes,
That's how police officers are trained, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective Shepard, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Detective Shepard, step down. Thank you. Good luck.
All right, that is the end of that day.
I would have drawn the analogy. And what about if they stab you once?
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable to expect they might stab you again?
That would make more sense than being punched in the face, seeing as how there was exactly 0 punches to the face thrown in this case. Wow.
So shooting inside a car, folks, I've done it in competition, and I'm wearing hearing protection in competition, of course, but it's even through the hearing protection, it's wildly louder inside the vehicle than it is when you're shooting outside the vehicle. For obvious reasons, the shell of the car just captures all the sound, redirects it back at your head. In terms of all this this limp wristing stuff, it's not a syndrome. It's just when you're firing a semi-automatic pistol, the slide on top has to move relative to the frame. It has to slide backwards and recoil and then come forward to reload another round. And it has a full cycle of movement that needs to occur in order for that to work properly. If you're holding the frame weakly, the frame will move back with the slide. So the slide and frame are not moving relative to each other as much as they need to, and that's how you get the malfunction. In your strong hand, it's not that common, but when people have to shoot with their weak hand, If they're right-handed with their left hand, they generally don't practice that. People never practice shooting weak hand. And so they have less control over the gun. It's far more likely to get a malfunction as a result of not gripping the frame firmly enough.
Wow, let's clear off some of these super chats that we didn't get to there, and then have a little bit of a discussion. Then we'll bring up today's trial and go for that. Weird guy claims he's a cop, traps a girl in a car, has no ID. First shot is self-defense. Second, maybe last 4 is murder. Well, perhaps it was the last 3 shots that got her. We just don't know that yet. Nicholas Starov, union rep, labor law guy. We're just assuming. And I said, he seemed to have been firing wildly, perhaps because of the limp wrist knot syndrome. One went through the passenger seat, into the tire. One went through the roof. One went into the trunk, and a couple went into her. So we don't know which one. We don't know the order yet. Perhaps someone will shed light on that as the trial continues. Cheesehead, lost on bourbon. If someone causes the events, this is what I wanted to have you discuss a little bit here, Andrew. If someone causes the events, they eventually need to defend themselves. Would that still qualify as self-defense?
Well, you're asking the question incorrectly. If you hear a noise downstairs in your house in the middle of the night and you go down to investigate and you end up in a confrontation, did you cause that event? The question is, were you the initial unlawful aggressor, or did you provoke the fight? Provoke and causing are 2 different things. Provoke is where you're engaging in conduct with the intent to get a response from the other person.
This was the prosecution's argument being involved.
What's that?
This was the prosecution's argument in Rittenhouse. He was escalating it. He was causing this by bringing a gun to the site when it was perfectly legal for him to do so.
Right. And the prosecutor Binger was arguing that the presence of the gun, bringing the gun, was the act of provocation that should strip Rittenhouse of self-defense. The trouble, of course, is Rittenhouse was carrying the gun around all night, and nobody was being provoked except those handful of people. Really, just Rosenbaum is the only person that provocation argument would work against. So it wasn't generally provocative. Lots of people were carrying guns around. They weren't all being attacked.
And shouldn't police have more options to defend themselves than lethal?
Well, that's a policy question. That's not was this self-defense question. Sure, it would be nice. The more options the cops have, the better. But remember, this guy's a vice cop, so they're going in. He's not in uniform with a duty belt, with a baton and pepper spray and a walkie-talkie, and you can't wear all that stuff as a vice cop. That's why the vice cops, at least then, undercover cops, were not required to have their badges on them, because if you're undercover, you don't want your badge to get exposed. That blows your cover.
Teetering with each side's questions. Well, that means they're both doing good jobs, I guess. And Nicholas, again, I walked into an Easter candy sale. I have no self-control and I don't care. Well, hey, it's after Easter. That's what Easter candy sales are for people just like you. Notes on a phone. Why in an enclosed car and being recorded were the shots not really, really loud? It's because the microphone overmodulates and it essentially cuts out. It's actually so loud that the microphone just decides it's not going to pick it up.
Yeah, it's like if you were taking a photograph and someone shines a flashlight right into the lens and it just washes out the whole image with white. So you can't see anything. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, so just wondering, because I heard only 3 or 4 inside the car, just about. Well, now that we have this break, before we have a discussion, I'm sure you have something you want me to flash up here on the screen and talk about.
I certainly can. We're getting to that point. I've been talking about it for, let's see, how do I do this? Okay, here we go. Nothing but the finest production value from attorney Andrew Branca. This Saturday, April 15th, 2 days left, folks. Saturday, April 15th is our Law Self-Defense Advanced live online class. This is a live class taught by me, streamed to your computer, full day course on how to be hard to convict, how to be an unattractive target of prosecution if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property. Learn it all in 1 day. And this is the only class scheduled for 2023. So if you miss this one, you're looking till next year before you too can become hard to convict. Now, if you go to that URL, We have a lot more information on the course, the more than 100 self-defense law questions we answer over the course of the day, questions to which you probably don't know the correct answers, which makes you vulnerable to easy conviction. You don't want to be in that spot. So learn more, register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, Jeff.
You are welcome. And I'm sure if you participate in this class or any of the other classes he offers, you may actually be able to answer a lot of these questions that the people in the chat are asking on your own.
And by the way, if you can't actually make it on Saturday, if you have some kind of conflict, I would register anyway, because we make the recording of the class available to all the registered students. So you could watch it at your convenience over the course of the next week or two.
All right. And for me, of course, you're here on the channel. We've got 736 of you concurrently viewing, 584 likes. That's good, but still about 150 of you aren't doing your job. So get down there and do it. Like the stream, subscribe. YouTube seems to be going through one of its purges where it just sort of decides you don't need a few hundred subscribers because it thinks you're growing too fast. So that's kind of where we are. We're flirting with this 36,000 thing. We go up 25, down 25, go up 25, down 25, break that cycle. That's it. And we're going to be watching this trial until it's over. It's expected to go somewhere between 10 days and 2 weeks. And Jessica Reloaded says, holy crap, Bronca, your announcement is a godsend. I was literally going to message you about a situation and get your opinion. Well, take the class and get your answers.
I hope to see you there, Jessica.
All right. Well, so I thought that prosecution witness was a great witness for the defense.
Yeah, he was. And the defense attorney made the best of it. I mean, it's almost like they had coordinated their, call and response there on that cross-examination. Of course, they don't really need to. They've done cross-examination, this lawyer of this witness, many times in the past. And of course, these are all questions that this witness has answered 100 times before in other proceedings, whether by this lawyer or any other. And this lawyer knows his stuff. He knows what boxes need to be checked. He knows the questions that have to be answered, that have to be asked, and the answers he needs to get out of this witness to provide the building blocks he'll need for his closing argument at the end of the trial. So very, very sharp, very focused, very precise, really, really good job. And the witness was good too, in that his responses were also very precise, very specific, very responsive. We've seen plenty of trials where you get a cop up in the witness stand and they do nothing but, give you ambiguities back in response to your questions. And that certainly wasn't the case here.
And I thought, something to be commendable. The witnesses should be commended. The two we had yesterday and this guy that we've been listening to today, although they are ostensibly called as prosecution witnesses, I think they've been very fair, open, and honest with their answers for both sides. I don't feel like they're hedging or they're not trying to railroad the guy, and I don't see them trying to get their compatriot off either. I think they're being very good witnesses. Well, we've got one more super chat, then let's get into today. The thing I like about this judge makes it very easy to catch up. He takes 30-minute breaks and then like a 2-hour lunch. So there's very little trial time, which allows us to catch up here. Ryan Acorn, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. We need to get we need to get a cha-ching as Andrew Branca has for his.
Oh yeah, can I play it on my end? Would that work?
Yep, it works.
All right.
Cool. I've just kind of got all the humiliating ones, but my Stream Deck is not hooked up at the moment. Was the cop on duty? Yes. Was he assigned to run this type of sting? Apparently. Why wasn't there a following unit with jump out boys?
They don't do that. That's not a thing. They're picking up a $25 prostitute. They're not going to send a team of cops. It's not TV, folks.
And the only other officer was apparently another female officer that was somewhere doing her thing, and that's who he was texting to say, "Come and show us."
This is generally not a productive line. This is just speculation, and you're presuming that the cop's a bad cop, and it's almost always not the case that any of this is true. This is from like TV dramas, and if any of this was the slightest hint that this could be the case, we would have heard nothing but this on opening statement by the state. We would have heard he's not on duty, he's not a vice cop, he had no business doing any of this, and we didn't hear any of that. So the mere fact that we didn't hear any of that, that all this can't be the case.
And this sounds like a dirty cop rolling girls for money, services, or worse.
Again, pure speculation.
Oh, yeah.
There's zero evidence of that.
In this trial, there is zero evidence, and there hasn't even been an argument made. The opening statements were essential by the prosecution were essentially, she didn't believe he was a cop. She defended herself and stabbed him, and he was so angry at being stabbed and resisted that he just murdered her. That's all the prosecution has really said.
And that could be right. So he could have been a legit cop doing a legit job, making a legit arrest, showed her legit ID, going to make a legit handcuffing, and she stabs him. That could all be true, but it could still also be true that he didn't need to shoot her in self-defense. For example, I mean, I can't tell, was he ever firing shots from outside of the car? But if he'd gotten to basically a position of safety where she was no longer an imminent deadly force threat and he was still shooting her, that would be a problem for the defense. It's just not clear to me that's the case. But it does appear to me that all those steps up to the stabbing were legitimate police functions.
And it's the old what we have. It appears what we have here is a failure to communicate, where he's saying, I'm a cop. He doesn't give a shit if she believes he's a cop or not because he knows he's a cop. She doesn't give a shit if he's a cop or not because she doesn't think he is. So you just have two people that are failing to communicate in a proper and effective manner with each other. And we get at it. This is what the result is. So they could both be wrong. They could both be absolutely correct in what they did.
Right. And let's be fair. She it's not like she's a housewife here who's been mistakenly identified by this cop. She is a prostitute. She is on drugs. She has a warrant for not appearing at sentencing, folks. You know what that means? That's not like a bench warrant because you didn't pay a speeding ticket. And when you get to court, they're just going to make you pay the speeding ticket. It means when she gets dragged back to court, it means he's not just going to write her a summons here. He's going to have to take her to jail. And when she gets to jail, she's not going to get bail. She's not going to get released because she didn't show up for sentencing. So they're going to hold her and they're going to put her in sentencing. So she's going to prison. She knows that.
Can't argue with that. Like I said,
she has something to fight for here. She doesn't want to go to prison.
And we've just wrapped up the first day of testimony. So there's still much more to come or not come, depending on who does their job. And before we jump into it, Branca, make Jeff write a book so he has something to grift. Oh, we've been down that road. I've collated a few interesting maritime accidents, and actually this week I have to start writing on one of them. So we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. You know,
it's a lot of work, Jeff, and
know.
Especially the editing process is just I almost self-deleted myself. It's awful. It's just terrible dealing with an editor who's always right, by the way, and they keep sending it back to you to say, no, change this, change that. Drives you crazy. You're reading your own words over and over again. It's miserable.
Yeah.
But it does ultimately end, and then you have the book, and it's worth it.
Yeah. So that's the plan, is to start writing on one of the accidents this next week. So stay tuned. Who knows? In a year or so, we may have something. Having written a book, I have no idea how long this process is going to take.
And folks, the fact that if the police department had different policies and procedures, this death didn't need to happen, that's a perfectly legitimate policy argument. But it has nothing to do with whether or not this cop's use of deadly defensive force was justified. He's following the policies and procedures his department gives him to follow. That's all he can do. If society needs different rules for how police interact with people, that's not this guy's responsibility. That's other people's responsibility.
And Ovid, thank you so much for the $10. Coming down from my blood boiling. I can see both sides. F the cop still, though. The situation shouldn't have even been close to happening in a sane world. It's the church's job to clean the streets. Okay. Thank you for your opinion. We'll have to leave it at that. Gosh, let's pull this thing up and get going. All righty. Day 3 of the trial. The actual questions. Wow, it's low volume.
You may inquire.
Morning. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you are and what you do?
My name is David Loomis. I work for the Ohio Organized Crime Investigations Commission, which is a section of the Ohio Attorney General's office, and I'm a senior audio forensic video analyst.
And how long have you been with the Attorney General's office?
Holy crap, that is 600% volume.
Years in August.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Organized Crime Investigation Commission, the unit in which you work?
Yes, the commission runs a series of task forces across the state. The lab was created to assist with the task forces for any of their audio and video forensic needs. We clarify audio and video, as well as create courtroom presentations.
So
Big
you do
one.
that for agencies across the state.
That's correct.
Any department can come to you and say, we need your help with something. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what kind of training do you have to enable you to do your job?
I have a bachelor's degree in media arts and animation. The media arts side has to do with audio and video production.
Okay, this is the video compilation guy.
He got a BA in media arts. Good Lord.
Which deals with the forensic side.
He drinks Bud Light.
And you said you review videos, you enhance. What sort of tools?
I mean, I didn't think there was anything worse than a BA in English literature, which is what I got, but I think that's a step below.
Yeah, I was a philosophy major, so.
Specific to forensics such as AM5 and Axon Investigate.
And this is what you do full time?
Yes, it is.
You were doing this back in 2018 and 2019 then?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you testified before in the field of forensic video analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times, if you recall?
I've testified about.
The dogs have left the building. As soon as they come back in, I'll turn it on.
Hey, can you pause it for a second? Go back to that last super chat.
Sure.
Ryan Acorn.
You enhance. What sort of tools do you use in order to do your job?
Primarily, we use the Adobe products. We use Adobe Premiere, Adobe Audition. We also have some products that are specific to
The entire Adobe suite.
AM5 and Axon Investigate.
And this is what you do full time?
Yes, it is.
You were doing this back in 2018 and 2019 then?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you testified before in the field of forensic video analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times, if you recall?
I've testified about 16 or 17 times and qualified as an expert, I think 6 times.
Throughout the state of Ohio?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've testified as an expert in this very court, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit E1. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's my curriculum vitae.
And does that list all of your
There,
educational
there are many nuances. We're just getting into the
experience,
nuances. Wait 10 days and
accomplishments,
see.
things of that nature?
Yes, it does.
You were asked.
You know, it'd be funny if this guy goes to like the community pool to go swimming and he takes off his shirt and he's got like full body tattoos and he's ripped 6-pack.
Back in 2018.
They provided me with some surveillance video, and we're trying to get be able to better see some events going on inside of a car parked outside of a building.
And how is it that they came to you and said, we need you to do this? Like, what's the process?
The process is they can come to our office. They drop off the evidence along with a submission sheet. They may just write the request on the submission sheet. Sometimes they'll talk to us directly and just tell us what they're looking for.
And do you recall the date that you were asked to look at this video?
It's been a while. I remember it being submitted. Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 2. Could you tell us what State's Exhibit 2 is?
This is a report that I prepared for the initial analysis that I did for this case.
So that's E2. I may have just said 2. And does that state the date on which the request was made?
Yes, it does.
What date was that?
That was September 18th of 2018.
And who made the request?
Detective Gregory Shepard of Columbus PD.
And you said he asked you to see if you could clarify some surveillance video, you called it.
That's correct.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, our process is we gain custody of the evidence. In this case, I believe it was a flash drive, like a thumb drive that had the video on it. We make an exact working copy so that we never change or modify the original. Then we review it, see what can be done with it, and create a work.
Yeah, there are no microphones in the court, folks. This is the volume that reaches South Korea from Ohio. This is what we're dealing with.
There wasn't a whole lot that could be done with it. I was able to brighten it a little bit and create a region of interest that's enlarged. The enlargement itself is not a clarification. It just makes it, when we present it on the screen, it makes it a little easier for you guys to see, but it does not bring out any additional detail.
So it doesn't change the information that exists, the picture. You're just trying to brighten it up a little bit and bring it bigger.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me show you a few more exhibits. Exhibit E3.
Sorry, yeah, 600% is the best we can do.
Let's start with E3. Tell us what that is.
This is the chain of custody report that is prepared by our evidence custodian.
And what is that form used for?
It just shows who has custody of the evidence and at what time.
So that marks when it comes in, when it goes out,
Yes,
and it's kept safely in your office then?
yes, that's correct.
So if somebody wants to see that or do something with it, they have to sign out and it would be on that chain of custody form. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if you can tell us, is exhibit V1 in the envelope?
Yeah, those jiu-jitsu guys are funny, folks, because you look at them and they sometimes they got bellies and they're just they don't look like they're in combat physical condition, but man, they will tear your arm right off your body.
Right.
Not usually. Very, very rarely do we actually go out to a scene.
So when you're brought video on some sort of media, what do you do to verify that it's intact, that it's not compromised?
To verify that we have an exact working copy of what we have, we run what's called a hash on file. It's kind of like a digital fingerprint or like a verification code. So it will create a hash for the source file and a hash for the destination file. And if we know that those two codes match, then we know that we have an exact copy.
Right. If I could see State's Exhibit E3 back, please. I'd like to get some. Can they publish this one?
Man, it almost feels like this needs to be recorded and then gone, processed through an audio processor because it's terrible.
So we can see we have various names, custody of, times. This is the information you were referencing when you said the property comes in and out and it's documented.
Yes, that's correct.
And if I may see. Now, what was E2? Publish a report?
Yes, that's the report.
And you note you inspected item 1 to be sure no physical damage exists. Is that the item that you have in front of you there, V1?
Yes, that's correct.
Generate and save a working copy, convert proprietary video to universal format. Is that what you've described so far?
Yes.
And you have applied software filters to clarify video. Could you explain what that means?
Yes, in this case, the only
Joe Choi, I did Shotokan karate for years, and it was fun, but BJJ is far superior
Clarify video presentation. Explain what you did to do that.
as a practical defensive martial art.
Created the presentation once I've enlarged and brightened it. I placed a copy of that onto a DVD to be handed back to the detective.
And you've mentioned a few terms. Move this up a little bit here. Was copied and verified via SHA1 hash using quick hash 2.2. Was that your exact copy process?
Yes, that's the hash algorithm that I mentioned. It's kind of like a digital thumbprint.
Right. And you note here that the proprietary .avi video file from item 1 was converted to a universal MP4 video file.
I really need to remember to start this microphone so I don't keep hearing the dog snore. Don't tempt me today, Lacey.
So
Thank you, though.
the Adobe products, a lot of the surveillance video that
Oh, very kind.
format is not meant to be put into an editor like Adobe. So we have to convert it to a universal format. Adobe likes MP4, so we tend to use MP4s. FFmpeg is a tool that we use very commonly for this. It takes the video data, makes an exact copy of that data, and just puts it in the MP4 container. So the video itself isn't changed; it's just put it in a new container that our software will handle.
So how do you verify? You said you're converting. How do you verify you're not losing any information?
The process that I used for this one is the command is vcodec copy. It's video codec copy, so it's taking the exact video data and placing it into the new container. We also visually check it to make sure it's intact.
So you said you were able to enlarge, I believe it says 400%?
Yes, that's
In
right.
the region of interest. Did you do something to specifically note the area you were enlarging on that video?
Yes, I believe it has a red outline, a red box around it. So you can see. And the enlargement is placed upon the original video so that you can still see it in its original size along with the enlargement.
I'm going to show you.
Of course, we had all these issues with the Rittenhouse video work, folks. When you tend to enlarge these things and you project it or you put it up on a screen, the display device, the screen or the projector will try to fill in
Were you
pixels.
asked by Columbus Police to do anything with
Right.
audio?
No, I was not.
After you completed that task for Columbus Police, you prepared this report?
I did.
And then what do you do?
Then I call the detective or email the detective, let him know that it's ready to be picked up, and either hand it off to him directly or check it back into evidence where he can come pick it up at his convenience.
And then as you note in your report, on September 21st, 2018, the DVDs were returned to the evidence room with item 1 and Shepard was notified.
That's right.
And that was the extent of the work done for Columbus Police Department, correct?
That is correct.
Did you then get a request from my office, me specifically, to do some additional work?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the date of that?
I don't recall the exact date.
Show you State's Exhibit E4. What is that document?
This is the supplemental report.
He increased the number of pixels from 6 to 8 in that
Would that have
video.
noted the date that I requested you to do additional work?
Yes, it does.
What date was that?
That was March the 7th of 2019.
So about a year later, 2019?
Yes, correct.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to synchronize audio from a cell phone to the original video presentation that I created.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, I was.
Had you not been able to do that, would you have indicated so?
So is that how the audio of the exchange was recorded on a cell phone?
You don't work for the-
Yeah, it was recorded on a cell phone that was tucked inside the driver's side door.
State's Exhibit.
I guess that was their official monitoring device.
Tell us what that is. Media documents, please ask.
Yes, this is the work product that I created after I synchronized the audio with the video.
So how did you go about marrying or syncing the audio and video?
Okay, so in Hollywood and TV, you'll often see what they call a clapperboard, and it has the slate on it. And, you know, when they've got a camera.
Hooker arrest, take 2.
The audio, they'll put the clapperboard in front of the camera and say, you know, scene 5, take 1, and they clap it. That creates both a visual and audio sync point where you can go in. Then once they bring it back to the editor, you can say, okay, I can see the clapperboard closing at that point. I can also hear it and see it in the waveform on the audio. It allows you to align them. Because we're working with surveillance video and cell phone audio, obviously we don't have a clapperboard. So we have to look for a sync point where we have something we can both see in the video and hear in the audio. In this case, it was a point where we can see a gurney, we can see the wheels lower and hit the ground. So I can both see that in the video and hear it in the audio, and I'm able to see that, also see it in the waveform, so I have a precise point to line it up. The surveillance video can be a little tricky sometimes. That's why I let the prosecutor know, you know, if I can do this, I'll do it. If I can't, I can't. So we look for more than one sync point, and in this case, we had a few, and I made sure that they all lined up. And in this case, there weren't any issues. It was very straightforward. It synchronized very easily.
So you're not just visually looking yourself, you're watching sound waves and some sort of amplification as well, is that right?
Yes, you can see a spike in the waveform where you have a distinct noise.
And you said you found various sync points. Do you recall how many points you found that were obvious to you? Yes.
Yes, I'd have to refer to my report. So I had 4 initial sync points that I lined up, and then an additional 3 after reviewing. And as we've watched it several times, you can see additional sync points.
So after you thought you had it right based on these sync points, how many times do you review it to be sure?
Several. I don't have an exact number, but probably say, you know, between 5 and 10 times just to make sure, and then, you know, reviewing it with the prosecutor, you know, or additional times. So.
And how can you be sure that there's no information lost or there's no gaps or problems there?
With the video, we can look at the timestamp. We can look to see if there's any visual inaccuracies in it. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with this video or with the audio, and the fact that they stay in sync with each other helps.
When you review the video itself, we're seeing the counter count in seconds. Are we losing information as that picture plays out? Is 1 second 1 second? Is there any way that there's information we're not seeing?
1 second is 1 second. I believe this video is 15 frames per second. Your standard television video is about 30 frames per second, so you have about half as many images in this as you do in a normal television program. Very rapid things that happen can sometimes be missed by the camera. So it is. I mean, it is possible that a good example that I can think of is just, and not for this case, but muzzle flash. In prior cases, sometimes a muzzle flash will be picked up, sometimes it won't. It's just a very rapid event.
And that's because you only have so many frames per second.
That's correct.
So maybe a 15th of a second is not visible. Would that be accurate, I guess?
I think it's even a smaller fraction than that, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the audio, is there a way to verify that the audio has no gaps in information?
I mean, we listen to it for continuity. Again, it stays in sync with the video. There wasn't anything unusual about the file. And the audio, I believe, is 48 kilohertz. So it's being sampled 48,000 times per second as opposed to 15 times per second. So the audio tends to be more accurate.
So if you have 10 seconds of audio and 10 seconds of video, are we still talking about the same 10 seconds? This isn't like the sound is on a different 10-second time frame than video would be?
That's correct. They're synchronized.
And let's say somehow when you did this synchronization, you were off. If you were off, what's the margin of error here?
I don't have an exact percentage. I would say it's within 3 frames. So it's very close.
So less than a second?
Yes, fraction of a second, yes.
And you said you went over this looking for synchronization points. I think you said you found 7 you listed there. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also find others you didn't list in your report?
Yes, I believe as we've reviewed it, you know, we've seen other points where it appears to sync up. Yes.
Did you list the most obvious 7 in your report?
Yes.
So you listed the time and the event. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And then I think you said after you did that, you reviewed it about 10 times or many times.
Yes, that's correct.
If you had not been able to synchronize this, would you have told us?
Yes, I would have told you. Yes, and we have had cases where we are unable to synchronize.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit V3. Can you tell us what that is?
This is work product for this case. This is a synchronized video timeline.
So that was your final product.
Yes, that's correct.
He just looks so concerned. He's got like furrowed eyebrows. He's an AV guy.
Then
Why does
do
he
you
have
recall
furrowed
able to prepare
eyebrows?
that and return that or offer that for pickup to me?
I would refer to my report.
Sure.
So that would be March 13th of 2019.
He's just upset because he couldn't talk the hooker down to
If you
$20.
could, tell us just a few of the points that were important here that you synchronized. I don't think I'm going to go through and stop and play the video here, but I'd like you to point out to the jury at what points there was something to synchronize that made you confident in your work here.
Yes, again, if I may refer to the report.
And you're referring to State's Exhibit E, is that 4?
E4, yes.
Okay.
So the points are referenced via the video timestamp, the timestamp that's visible on the surveillance video. At 11:49:06, there's movement of the gurney. That's the wheels on the ground. Actually, the first 4 synchronization points are from the gurney and the movement on the ground. 11:49:08, 11:50 and 0 seconds, and 11:50 and 2 seconds. Each of those points as the gurney hits the ground or moves. Then at 11, then we're back through to verify. And at 11:36:50, we have a vehicle door opening. There's also a change in ambient noise. So you can see the door open, but you can also hear the outside now. I was told the recording device was in the vehicle. Now the door's open and you can hear the outside as well. At 11:38:09.
Okay, he's doing that interesting thing where he's talking about things he enjoys or understands. He talks fast. So we'll have to go down to 1.25 here.
I believe it's a different vehicle and it's close to the top of the screen, but you can see the shadow of the door as it closes. So those were the main sync points that I used for this case.
So you said you can hear them. In addition to hearing them, are you also watching and looking at sound waves or other visual information to confirm that?
Yes, that's correct. You can also see the event and the sound in the actual waveform of the audio.
And that's using the software you have?
Yes, that's correct. In this case, it's Adobe Premiere.
And has any other expert, anyone on behalf of the defense contacted you to discuss your work in this case?
Objection.
If another expert wanted to talk to you about your work, do you talk to them freely?
Yes.
Would you have talked to anybody about your work in this case?
Yes, I would if it was requested.
Thank you.
It's a weird objection to make.
Do you need the exhibits?
Yes, may I proceed, Your Honor? Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
We've got to chat before, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Good to see you again. My name is Mark Collins, along with my partner, Caitlin Stevens. We represent Mr. Mitchell. You intrigued me earlier when you talked about some of your credentials undergrad for animation.
Yes.
What type of animation did you get to do?
Both 3D and
Hentai.
Traditional hand drawing animation.
You ready to do some Marvel animation or anything like that? Or
I'm sorry, which?
did you do any Marvel animation or anything for the current movies and stuff? That
No.
was that your topic at the time to learn about animation in undergrad?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So you mentioned on direct and that all you're doing with the video is you're trying to enhance a specific area.
That was the initial request, yes.
And you're just trying to make it bigger so it's easier to see up on the screen.
Yes, that's correct.
But when making it bigger, that doesn't mean that you're bringing out any details.
Yes, that's correct.
He's talking
It
about
doesn't
his
mean
junk,
you're
isn't he?
clarifying things any bit, correct?
Not with the enlargement, no.
Right. So it's a simple thing to say, hey, I'm going to give you an exhibit that in this situation, the incident happens way down in the video, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you make an enlarged area so that you can see it up closer, basically.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I think when we talked before, you were very clear that you couldn't see any specific movements from the enlargements.
You can see movement in general, but it's low quality video.
And no specifics. You couldn't see specifics is what
I could not perceive specifics. No.
Okay. And you're trained to do that. I mean, you're looking at the videos, you're looking for things, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you couldn't see any specific details.
No, I could not.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was a low quality video, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So in this situation, we have two different sources. One source of video, right?
Yes.
One source of audio.
Yes.
Okay. And with video, sometimes you can have video that's good quality.
Yes, absolutely.
Some with poor quality.
Correct.
Depends on the device, depends on how expensive it is, that type of stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Same thing with the audio. You can have audio that has good quality, audio that has bad quality.
That's correct.
And And again, I'm not too bright on this. With regards to the frames per minute of the video.
Yes.
So in theory, 15 frames per minute is not going to be as good as quality as 30 frames per minute.
As far as motion accuracy goes, higher frame rate is better.
Is there higher frame rate than 30?
Yes, there can be.
What does the frame rate go up to?
It can go as high as you want, as high as the camera can handle. You can have high-speed cameras that are thousands of frames per second.
Okay.
So standard video, 30 to 60 frames usually.
So the more standard is 30 to 60, and this was 15.
That's correct.
Okay. And same with the audio, correct? You can
That's
have different levels of audio that is picked up.
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe in your background and some of your training, you're also trained, well, let me put it this way. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Devices pick up sound waves a certain way, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a device may pick something up, but the human ear may not be able to pick that up, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that happens, and it's reasonable that happens, correct?
Yes, that's reasonable.
Okay. And the way the ear is designed, the ear can receive trauma to it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that can affect what allows an ear, what allows someone to hear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if there was a trauma to the ear or a gunshot right near the ear, that, based on the sound waves and the physics and everything of that nature, that would have an impact on an ear, correct?
I mean, I'm not an expert in that field, but I understand what you're saying.
So the way, Ms. Pritchard mentioned sound waves that you listen to try to identify things, correct?
Yes.
The sound of something can have a trauma on the human ear, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that can be an indication of why an ear might not hear something, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay. And I think you told Ms. Pritchard on direct that you can't give an exact percentage of if it's synced up. You synced it up the best you could.
Yes, and it's very close. Yes,
Okay.
it's synchronized.
And you're satisfied with that?
Yes.
You took a source of video and a source of audio, and these points that you sync up, those sync points, those were sounds of objects creating sound, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you use objects that create sound in order to sync it up.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Nice to see you again, Mr. Williams. Appreciate you being here today. Any redirect?
Just one quick clarification. Mr. Lewis, I think perhaps Mr. Hans just misspoke, but he was talking about 15 frames per minute. Your testimony was frames per second?
Frames per second, that's correct, yes.
Right. Frames per second. I apologize. All right, just unless you can step down. Just leave everything there. Councilman approach. Got it.
Okay, are we taking a break here? Yeah, I guess we're taking a break. All right. Okay, so that was some riveting testimony. Guy made a video. The end.
Yeah, the state's got to get somewhere.
Somewhere quick.
Yeah.
See who their next witness is. It better be better than that guy. This guy's wearing a suit, so
although again, we have to keep in mind that this is Ohio and it's applying the burden of proof for self-defense that existed in 2018, which means the burden is on the defense to prove self-defense by a preponderance of the evidence. Under the normal, now current standard in Ohio, as well as everywhere else in America, the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. If that were the standard being applied to this case, on what I've heard so far, the state's nowhere close to getting a conviction. But the much more favorable to the state, older standard with the burdens on the defense to prove self-defense by a preponderance of the evidence, that just means I favor one side a little bit more than the other side, and that's where I'm coming down for the jury.
Yeah, and there was a mistrial last year because the jury could not decide. So. And both sides have had a year to refine their arguments. Ryan Acorn says a single undercover officer in a situation where people are extremely likely to resist and working girls are likely to get robbed in these situations. A cop enforcing bad law can't hide behind "I was following orders."
Yeah, well, he can. I mean, cops don't pick the policies under which they work. Those are made above their pay grade, and it is a defense. And this is not a situation where the woman's extremely likely to resist. Most of these vice prostitution engagements are a summons is issued. No one's taken into custody and dragged off to jail unless they have a warrant. So he doesn't know she has a warrant, outstanding warrant, going into this engagement. So he has no reason to believe this is going to be extremely likely to resist.
Well, and even if you listen to what she was saying, if you go back and listen to the video, part of her arguments was, I know how this vice thing works. I know what you're supposed to show me. So she wasn't in a completely unfamiliar situation. And she's been there before. Clearly she's been there before, because there was a warrant out for her because she didn't show up to her sentencing.
She may have genuinely believed he's not a cop. She may have genuinely believed that. That doesn't mean he was acting inappropriately.
As the other witness said, the cops don't have a duty to convince you that they are actually police officers. Their duty is to arrest you once they've said they're going to arrest you. And it's, like it or not, I mean, that's kind of where we are. And the state's got to start putting up some evidence and turn it over to the defense, and the defense has to prove that it was self-defense. I mean, granted, it's less of a burden of proof than the state has to prove the murder, but still, they have to say that, like, the average reasonable person would find it more likely than not that he acted correctly and reasonably in self-defense. Last question here. Robin Noel says, are the cops siding with him or against him? Thanks, Jeff. I think the cops are pretty much responding accurately to the questions they're asked. I think I think that the witnesses are all being very fair. I don't, do you see anything?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, you can generally tell. And sometimes when an officer's on the stand in a case where another officer is the defendant, it's not uncommon for them to be against the defendant officer. I mean, especially if it's a politically charged case where basically the police department has decided, hey, it's in our best interest for this guy to get convicted. And then you don't get favorable testimony from one cop for the benefit of the guy on the witness in the defense.
Yeah, and we have a member for 7 months. The Clean and Sober Crew, Cheesehead, Lost on Bourbon Street. If a person creates the situation that ends up needing to defend themselves, does that still fulfill the self-defense thing? We answered that a bit earlier. If they unlawfully create the situation, and here they're arguing that he was lawfully doing what he did. It's the defense argument so far.
Right. So say you're in your house, you look out the window, someone's stealing your car in the driveway. Well, you're allowed to go out there and stop that person from stealing your car. You're not allowed to kill them for stealing your car, but you're allowed to go out there and use non-deadly force to prevent your car from being stolen. But when you get out there, they pull out a gun. Well, now they are a deadly force threat to you. So you pull out your own gun and you solve that problem. Did you create that situation by going into your driveway to keep your car from being stolen?
And our last member, 6 months, Vince Clortho. Thank you for being a member of the Clean and Sober Crew for 6 months. What was her previous conviction for? Any information? I can't remember if they mentioned at the beginning or not, but I'm sure it was either drugs or prostitution related, seeing how that's kind of what we would expect in this situation.
Almost certainly.
I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming it's either drugs and or prostitution. So.
And she's got a kid. She's got a kid. So another reason she would not want to go to sentencing. That she would fight to not have that sentencing warrant served on her.
Let's see what we got here. Our next witness. Waiting for the jury to come in. Yeah, please pull yourself close to the microphone.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell this jury who you are and what you do for a living?
Yes, my name is Joshua Durst. I'm a special agent supervisor for the Southern District Crime Scene Unit. I work for the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Okay, maybe we're going to get to the meat of the argument
Our
here.
headquarters is based in London, Ohio.
Is that where you work from?
Primarily, yes.
And what is it on a general basis that you do?
I supervise the crime scene unit. We're a group of 8 individuals who assist local law enforcement at their request to come and process major crime scenes.
Oh, it's Ohio SLED.
In this particular case, was the request from my office to help?
One of the requests was yes.
What other requests were there?
In this case specifically, we had received a request from the Columbus Division of Police to look at the Mitsubishi Galant that was involved in this case. Subsequently, we also received a request from the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office.
And when you
I was thinking it was a shame the car was shot, but I didn't know it was a Mitsubishi Galant. Go ahead, shoot those all you want.
Specifically in regard to bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting incident reconstruction.
Oh no, bloodstain pattern.
And
Well,
fake
they already commented on the shell casing markings.
we could conduct on the vehicle.
And did you look at the car?
We did, yes.
And what was the result of that?
After we looked at the vehicle, it was agreed upon that because the Columbus Division of Police had already processed the vehicle, that can create some limitations for us as far as what we can do with those two types of analysis.
I imagine him with a little black hat wearing emerald green and dancing at the end of a rainbow.
New information or different information in the case. So because it had already been processed and those two areas weren't really applicable in this situation, we declined the request at that time.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe that was in September of 2018.
And when did the second request from my office come?
I think about a month later in October of 2018, we received somewhat of a different request from your office.
What was that?
I was asked to look at the case from a physical evidence standpoint, just to look at the case in its totality and look at the evidence that was collected and see if I felt that there was any additional testing or any additional examinations solely from a physical evidence standpoint that should be performed.
And did you believe you could do that?
There was a few things after reviewing the case. There was a few things I wanted to look at in regard to the vehicle and some clothing.
Okay. And did that review include identifying bullet holes?
Yes, I searched the car for bullet holes. However, they had been previously identified by the Columbus Division of Police.
What about flight trajectories?
Again, the Columbus Division of Police had already looked at some trajectories of those bullets within the vehicle.
Why are you
during my
here?
Analysis, I was able to use what's called a 3D laser scanner, and it creates a 3D rendering of the vehicle.
Okay.
The analysis wasn't different. It was just a different way to document those flight paths.
Okay, so
And at the time, had you reviewed any video or anything like that?
So you're redoing work that's already been done with lasers.
I don't believe so. No.
And what is it in your past that gives you the experience or the education to be able to do these kind of analysis?
So I've been in law enforcement for a little over 25 years. I've been a full-time crime scene investigator since 2010. I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy. I hold some independent certifications, one being a certified bloodstain pattern analyst, as well as a crime scene analyst. And just through the training, I have about 1,500 hours of additional training beyond what's required to be a police officer in Ohio, and over about 900 hours of that's specifically related to crime scene investigation.
Okay. And in this case, I think you indicated you were just checking for forensic evidence.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you tasked or capable of doing anything as relating to attitudes, motivations, or anything like that for the people in that car?
No.
Were you asked to make
no mind reading, huh?
What happened in that car was reasonable or not?
No, I was not.
Did you prepare a report for us based upon the investigation that you did?
Yes.
Judge Mayer.
What they need is behavioral analysts, body language experts. We need some of those.
Okay, so this is a copy of the letter that I drafted upon the completion of my analysis to the Columbus Division of Police as well as the prosecutor's office. Attached to that is a copy of my investigative report. Yes. Yeah. Sure.
I mean, the certifications are real in the sense that you learned some stuff they taught you, but that doesn't mean the stuff they taught you has any merit.
November of 2018, so about a month after the request.
Okay. This jury has seen that car just this week out at the impound lot outside. Would it be fair to say that that car is probably in a different condition now than it was in 2018?
It's quite possible after 5 years, yes.
All right, I want to go through some of these. Did you take photographs?
I did.
I want to go through some of these. I've got what's been marked State's Exhibit D1 through 68. And I want to show you, I'm going to produce some of them. Have you reviewed these photos before?
In the past, yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw and did during your investigation?
Well, not in the future.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit D1. Yes, please. What are we looking at here?
I wanted to look at some of the clothing of Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Castleberry. So this was the packaged evidence that was located at the evidence center at the Columbus Division of Police. I believe this container contains some of the clothing.
Is there a laser pointer up there? So if you need to. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6. What is this?
This was a knife contained in that box. I believe it was collected from Mr. Mitchell on the day of the.
You know how you can tell that's a knife?
Are you aware
It
that
says
there
it
were two
right
knives
there.
involved in this scenario?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be the knife that was not used by Ms. Castleberry?
This was the knife that was in the contents of his property. Yes, yes.
Okay. And we see looks like a ruler. What do we got here?
This is just called an ABFO scale. It's a scale for reference. If there's ever a question about length or size of something, we throw those in our photographs.
Like on a date.
Let me show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 11. What is that?
This is Mr. Mitchell's
Speaking
underwear.
of being on a date.
State's Exhibit.
Well, don't lumen all that.
This would be a shirt that was collected from him and it was in the box.
It's like we're testing an AI device. Can you identify this object? That is a shirt.
23.
The boots.
Those are boots.
Oddly small looking feet.
State's Exhibit 35.
The jeans that were collected from him.
This is on Mr. Mitchell's clothing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 46. Recall what this is?
Within the box that contained Ms. Castleberry's.
Those are hooker sandals.
Sandals that were within the box.
This is a different box than the one that-
Correct, different box. Yes.
State's Exhibit 50.
This would be a portion of the fabric that was cut out from her dress. It was just like that when I opened the box, so I'm not sure how it was cut. I presume it was from medical intervention, but
And is that consistent with clothing that's been subject to medical intervention?
absolutely, yes.
And State's Exhibit 51.
This is a close-up photograph. It's difficult to see on that photo, but right here is what I believe to be a bullet hole in the dress or that material.
And there appears to be staining on this. Can you tell what that is?
Jeez.
Believe it's
What? I don't know. What do you think that stain is, Andrew?
That would be consistent, yes.
Oh, Jesus. I love lawyer questions sometimes. Did you have any contact with her after she was dead?
That was within the box. These are just smaller adhesive placards like that L scale, except these are stickers, and we can use them to mark things and reference sizing, and that's the white pieces on the front.
I'll show you a close-up one. State's Exhibit 61. Is that what we're looking at?
That is, yes,
And that's just to measure the bullet hole?
correct.
And then State's Exhibit 68. I'm sorry, these are all D. Carla, I apologize. This is the D series. I may not have been saying the D part.
This, again, just another photograph of the dress. I believe this is the back side of the dress. And I just introduced two scales. Number 3 would be the bullet hole.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine from this photo?
There was 2 suspected bullet holes in the front and one up and one in the rear. Outside of that, there was nothing inconsistent or I guess surprising to me about that. That made sense with what I know about the incident.
Did you also take photographs of the Mitsubishi Galant?
Yes.
I have what's been marked as States Exhibit C1 through 47. Have you gone through these before?
In the past, yes, I have.
Okay. And are these pictures accurate, fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you took the pictures of this Galant back in 2018?
Yes.
Will you let me know if something isn't?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2.
This is the Mitsubishi Galant. This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
And where is this located?
This is what they refer to as the barn or the impound garage at the Columbus Division of Police.
The same at their impound lot down there on Hall Road?
Yes.
The barn, like from The Shield.
What's been marked as States Exhibit 4?
This is the photograph of the interior, the front interior of the vehicle. I would be standing on the passenger door.
A grenade lem in the
driver's side.
gallant.
And at this point, if I'm not mistaken, Columbus Police has already processed this car.
Yes.
So if they did any work with dowels and pictures and evidence, they've already done that by the time you get to this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
There appears to be in State's Exhibit C4 here, if you look at the driver's seat, maybe some deformity. Can you tell what
Yes.
I'm looking at?
This right here?
No, I'm sorry, down on the seat.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
I don't recall. There may have been a section cut out of the seat, which is normal for if a sample of something's being collected. I did not cut it out though.
Okay. Look at C7. Does that help you?
Yes, that's what it is.
That's been cut out
Yes.
prior to you getting it.
Correct.
But that's consistent with somebody forensically cutting a piece of fabric out.
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C10. Recognize that?
Yes.
That would be the bullet hole in the ceiling.
Headliner. It would be directly above the rear
Roof.
passenger side seat.
C15.
It's a photograph of the rear wheel on the driver's side. There was a bullet recovered by the Columbus Division of Police out of this tire. So to access that bullet, they would have had to cut the tire open to get that.
State's Exhibit C24. Recognize that?
Yes. This is a bullet hole that's in the back seat. There's an armrest in between the driver and the passenger side seats. So there's a flip up armrest, and there was a bullet hole in the top portion of that armrest.
C30.
So this is the rear seat on the driver's side. There is a bullet hole here where you can see the scale. There was a bullet hole there in the seat.
And I believe it's close up here, C31.
Yes, same bullet hole.
And C32.
So this is the wheel well of the same tire that you saw cut open. So this is the rear driver's side wheel well, and this is the bullet hole where it exited through and then went into the tire.
And then I want to get to C34. What are we looking at here?
These are trajectory rods that are placed in all of these bullet holes, and that helps us visualize and understand the trajectory of that bullet after it was left the gun.
Okay. And what's our vantage point here?
So at this point, I'm standing on the doorway opening on the rear driver's side of the vehicle.
This would be right next to that flat tire.
Yes, it would.
And then in C35, what's our vantage point?
This would be.
It almost looks like he shot from the passenger seat. The way it's angled on both of those.
I believe. I'd like to go back to the other because there's one in the front driver's seat.
Are those rods are pointing towards us?
Yes, they're pointing towards the passenger
Right.
seat.
Okay, it's clearer
So
there.
here we can see the trajectory rod in the front driver's seat, and then the two in the back seat. I think the next photograph you see another one.
Right.
So you can see this better. There's a fourth trajectory, and that's going through the headliner.
And then C30.
But I think they're all actually pointing in different directions. Oh, look at that one.
This photograph is taken from the front passenger side, and this is a photograph of the trajectory.
That's a weird angle.
That's so straight down.
As part of your investigation and search for any further forensic evidence, did you take any additional images of this car?
Well, there was a series of photographs, and then we have the 3D laser scan, which there are images of that. There are images or screenshots of that product.
Can you tell us what you mean when you say 3D laser scan?
So we have devices, again, 3D laser scanning. It takes hundreds of thousands of measurements every second. So we use it a lot for just documenting crime scenes, dimensions at crime scenes. We don't have to use tape measures anymore. So
Looks like of course he was trying to kill her, and he did a good job of it. Just whether it was justified or not.
and it's very helpful, especially when we're doing some type of shooting reconstruction or just trying to illustrate shot trajectories. So in this case, I used the 3D laser scanner, and it helps further visualize these trajectories.
Okay. I would like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A1. Thank you. Can you tell us what we're looking at here in A1?
Yes, this is a This is an image from the passenger side looking towards the driver's side of the vehicle. And it's showing, this is actually showing the trajectory or the flight path of the projectile that went through and exited, perforated the headliner there above the rear passenger seat.
This looks a lot like an X-ray.
This is switched to what we call grayscale mode. So although it does look like a photograph, it's not. Everything you see up there is a measured point. So as it collects literally millions of points, it plots a dot. When those are all put together, with the setting I have it on, yes, it looks somewhat like an X-ray. And I can change some settings to make it look transparent so we can visualize all the way through the car. But it's not.
That's actually pretty cool.
And were these originally taken? Could you put them in color as well?
Yes.
Okay. But does this make it easier to distinguish features?
Yes.
And show A2.
AV guy's jealous.
So this, again, this is flight path 2. This is the shot that went out the roof. And
Roof.
trajectory will have
Roof.
3 components. Directionality, which means that they go from inside to outside or from outside to inside. And then there's 2 angular components. Was a bullet traveling up or was it traveling down? So that's the vertical component that we talk about. And then it's directionality. So if you think of a compass, is it going right to left, left to right? Sometimes we can refer to direct, like angular direction, 37 degrees relative to something. Didn't get into that level of detail as far as angular data, but directionality is important. And referencing all of this will be as you were sitting in the front seat facing forward. So as we talk about trajectories, if it's left to right, it's from driver's side to passenger side. So this just illustrates that horizontal component. You can see that the trajectory is from left to right.
And if we're looking at A3.
So this is flight path 1. This is there was a shot that went through the driver's seat, just to the right of the headrest, and it's going significantly. Actually, I'm not.
I'll tell you what.
That might not be flight path 1. That might be
No. Come on, man. This is your evidence.
Laser images.
Yes.
Did you incorporate those into your report?
I did. Yes.
Okay. So maybe why don't we do that? Why don't we go to your report?
We just saw that the shot through the seat goes almost straight down.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go to page 3 of 11 on your report, and we'll talk about what you have labeled flight path 1. And before we get too far into this, you've labeled these, I believe, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
Right. Yes. We've heard testimony there were 6 shots fired. Why aren't there 6 of these?
This is based solely upon bullet holes and ballistic damage to the vehicle. So if we don't have bullet holes in material,
She absorbed 2 of them.
I'm not talking about those trajectories.
Was she only hit twice?
She was hit 3 times. I think one went
through.
straight through her.
Okay.
They had 2. There was 2 rounds in the front of her and 1 hole in her dress coming out the back.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to talk.
And 1 round went into one side of her calf, out the other, and into her thigh, and lodged in her thigh.
Is that in any way indicative of the order in which they were shot?
No.
Do you have any idea the order in which these bullets were shot?
Not in this case, no.
All right, let's look at flight path 1. And what are we seeing here on these 2 images?
Okay, so this is flight path 1. This would be the trajectory of the bullet, again, that traveled downward through the front driver's seat. So it is traveling, again, from left to right, significantly downward.
And these 2 images are both the same. You're tracking the same bullet.
Correct, same trajectory, but the top photograph allows you to see the vertical component, so you can see it's going down very, very sharp.
That's a good point. It states in there. It's not known if the seat was moved or not.
You can see, is it going left to right? And you can see in this one, right here, it's going slightly left to right.
Did you find any evidence in the vehicle itself of this, from the firearm of this trajectory? Any soot, any stippling, or whatever we want to call that?
Yes. There was the seat material right there where the entrance hole was in the seat contained what we call suet and vaporous lead. And that was something that I cut out and collected just to have it. I don't think it was tested at any point, but just to preserve that. And typically we encounter that when the muzzle of the weapon is close to the target surface. So it's just a factor of the gun being shot and the gases being expelled out of the barrel. If that barrel's close to the seat, we'll see that. We'll see that vaporous lead and that kind of powder burn look.
You know how close?
Without doing experimentation, we can't really talk about distances, but it's close. I would anticipate, a foot to foot and a half or closer. I mean, it's not a long distance off. You wouldn't see it from the distance of me and you.
Okay. And when
Can't be any higher than the roof of the car.
You start the arrow at sort of the point of entry of that armrest or that headrest, right?
Yes.
Do you know exactly where that firearm was when it was fired?
Well, in this flight path, this situation, I know it has to be forward of that seat because we see the soot and the vaporous lead on the seat. So I know it has to be before that. In certain shots, no, we don't know. We don't have that powder burn. We don't know. So yes, the muzzle could be anywhere along that line when the bullet was fired from the gun.
But in this case, does it have to be before the headrest?
Correct, it does.
So is there any evidence that it came from through the top of the car?
No. All of the shots, flight paths 1 through 4, all happened within the vehicle traveling outward.
So is it fair to say that this firearm had to be between that armrest on an angle with that line between the armrest and the hood or the top of that car?
The headrest, not the armrest. The head, yes. So between the headrest, yes, and the headliner, it has to be somewhere in there. Correct.
And do you make any assertions or statements about how that gun was being held?
No.
So do you have any idea of whether it could have been this or it could have been this?
Correct. Yes.
You don't, there's no way to tell that kind of stuff.
Correct. Not in this situation, no. Not in this case.
And for the record, I was using my left hand across my body and my right hand over the top of my body. Anything else on flight path 1?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's go to flight path 2. Tell us what we got here.
Okay, so this is, if you can recall, the bullet hole that was in the headliner in the back seat above the passenger side. This is flight path number 2. So again, looking at the vertical and horizontal components.
Again, these aren't the order that the shots were fired in. They're just the order that he numbered them.
Through the roof and was gone. It was not recovered.
So what does this tell us about the location of the firearm when it was fired?
So in this situation, it has to be somewhere between that front driver's seat area and where it entered that headliner. It has to be somewhere in there.
And did you find any soot or vaporous lead in that one?
No, not on the headliner, no.
Flight path 3.
So flight path 3, if you recall, there was the rear armrest in the back seat. There was a hole there. That projectile travels through into the trunk and is later recovered in a container by Columbus police. The trajectory of this, again, is slightly downward, as you can see in the upper image, and it's traveling from left to right in the lower image.
And what can you tell us, if anything, about the location of that firearm when this bullet was fired?
That's going to have to happen somewhere between that driver's seat and that back armrest, because if you extend the line any further, the front seat's in the way. So the muzzle of the weapon had to be somewhat back around, I think.
So behind the headrest?
Correct.
And that's because you don't see any defects in the headrest itself to indicate that it went through?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you see any soot or vaporous lead associated with this firearm?
No, no.
And you believe this to be the one that was located in the trunk?
Yes.
I wish you would stop saying suet instead of soot. It's really starting to annoy me.
I don't know.
Anything else about flight path 3?
I don't believe so.
We can always go back and pick up something if you can. Flight path 4? Nope.
So this is the trajectory, the bullet that was recovered in that tire, in the rear tire. This travels through the seat, downward, through that back seat. It exits the wheel well, then re-enters the tire, and then they ultimately find the bullet in the tire. So in the upper image, you can see that trajectory is significantly downward, and this is actually traveling from the right to the left.
And can you make any determinations about the location of this firearm when it fired this bullet?
Again, we can extend that. If we look at the lower image, we can extend that line. But again, it somewhat terminates out in the upper image towards the headliner. So it can only go so far up and so far back. So I stopped those lines where essentially the limitations are. So, but it could be anywhere along that line.
Okay. And again, any soot or vaporous lead associated with this?
No.
Did you find any evidence of any bullet trajectories that went from back to front of this vehicle?
No, no.
We mentioned earlier that, now Courtney. You mentioned earlier that you had looked at Mr. Mitchell's clothing, photographed it, and I think you said that didn't change anything in your analysis. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you looked at Donna Castleberry's clothing, photographed it. Was there any change in the analysis from that?
No,
Did you eventually watch the video?
I did. Yes.
Was there any change in your analysis from watching the video?
No.
So what you see here, what you see in that video is still consistent with the forensic analysis you just told us about?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Mitchell's duty pistol?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
So while reviewing photographs, I noticed there was when the pistol was originally collected from him by the Columbus Division of Police, there was a malfunction in the firearm. As I looked a little closer, it was a malfunction I was not familiar with. Do you want me to explain? Okay, so there was a cartridge casing, which is what's ejected from the gun after the gun's discharged. There's a cartridge casing stuck within the opening of the action of the gun. That can happen from time to time for a variety of reasons. This was a little different because as the gun's fired, a casing is ejected from the gun. In that same process, it takes ammunition from the magazine, puts a cartridge into the chamber so that it can be fired again. That's why it's called a semi-automatic firearm. So in this malfunction, it didn't fully eject the casing, but it also started the process of taking a cartridge out of the magazine and trying to get it into the chamber so it can fire another shot. Well, it didn't happen. That cartridge didn't fully make it into the chamber, and the casing didn't make it out of the gun either. Typically, we don't find both of those happening at the same time. I can't explain to this day why it happened or how it happened. I relied on some people in our firearms laboratory. They took a look at these photographs. I actually talked to some of our firearms instructors over our police academy, showed them the photographs. None of us can figure out how or why. What was important to me was, could this have been staged somehow or purposely done this way? And the consensus was no. It's extremely unlikely that you can make this happen.
It just happened.
It's a phenomenon I can't explain, but
Well, let me ask you this. If in that condition, would it be possible to fire that gun?
no, the gun was inoperable the way it was.
And so is there any way to tell, we know 6 shots were fired. Is there any way to tell how many times the trigger may or may not have been pulled after that jam?
No.
What are you trying to suggest?
Special Agent Durst, you've had a lot of law enforcement experience.
Tried to shoot her 30 times and it only worked 6.
Sting operations or prostitutes or anything like that?
No, I have not.
So you're not attempting or qualified to talk about any of those kind of issues here?
No.
Okay. You've mentioned the video. I think you've
Well, he
already
didn't
said
say
there's nothing
that.
inconsistent with that, but you don't have any idea in what order these bullets were fired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you review Mr. Mitchell's written statement?
I did.
Okay. And at some point here, I think in the front of your report, you write that you have found no discrepancies or conflicts between items of physical evidence and the statement of Detective Mitchell regarding what occurred in the incident. What does that mean?
Again, looking at all of the evidence, all the physical evidence, and reading his statement, there was nothing that I felt was unexplored. There was nothing inconsistent with physical evidence weighed against what he said happened. So we weren't looking for additional evidence. We weren't looking to do any additional processing necessarily based upon something that he may have said.
In other words, he didn't say something like, I fired 10 times.
Correct.
And so then you would be looking for more bullet holes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you making any comment whatsoever with this statement about the reasonableness or the why of these shots?
No.
Just that there were shots forensically that match up with what he said?
Correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination? May I proceed, Your Honor? Good morning, Agent Durst.
Morning. How are you?
We've met before, correct?
We have.
These guys have cross-examined everybody.
This is Mark Collins, as you know, along with my partner, Ms. Stevens, we represent Andy Mitchell. Appreciate you being here today. I want to start off just with some basic concepts, okay?
Okay.
When you get to a scene, for most of your career, your job is to gather evidence and analyze it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get to the scene, obviously you're not there when it happens.
Correct.
So you have no idea how those potential items of evidentiary value got to the place where they're at, correct?
Correct.
None whatsoever, right?
I mean, there's times we can do, that's part of the investigation. That's the goal.
Absolutely. It's a poorly worded question. I apologize. When you get to a scene and there's shell casings in the area, you start from a premise with a shell casing that they're ejected from the right, correct?
I don't go that far either because there's a lot of left-handed or left side ejection, but they were definitely ejected.
There's not a lot.
So you start from
It's pretty uncommon.
shell casings over here, and the individuals whose shot was right-handed, they probably were to the left side of those shell casings.
No.
Okay. They could be moved before you get there.
Yes.
They could be, the wind could have moved them, weather could have moved them, something like that, correct?
Correct.
So you're doing.
We know this gun ejects to the right.
Here's the physical evidence we have, but you have no idea how it actually got there during the situation. Is that a fair statement?
No, I think we can determine how things got there. It's not, they just didn't fall out of the sky. We know, I mean, casings of the scene, either somebody threw them there or they were ejected from a fire.
Correct, but you can't say how they ended up in that specific spot, or where somebody was in relation to that.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take another example. Mr. Cable talked to you about the car that you examined, right? Yeah. And you said, well, it's probably in a different condition than it was 5 years ago, right? When you examined it, right? The dimensions haven't changed, correct?
Correct.
The size of the car hasn't changed, correct?
Right.
The compact nature of it on the inside hasn't changed, correct?
Correct.
You're talking about the way it looks from the outside or something like that. The physical structure and the compact nature has not changed, correct?
Correct.
So those are things that you can analyze and say, yeah, that's the same thing versus it doesn't appear to be the same as it looked 5 years ago, right? When you examined it.
Yes.
Okay. And when you examined, you gathered a bunch of information in this case, correct?
I'm sorry?
You gathered a bunch of information in your analysis.
How much is a
correct?
bunch?
Yeah. Okay. And if you could go to the back of your sources reviewed in your report, please.
Okay. Sure.
Let me know when you get there.
Mhm.
So in the sources reviewed, on the sorry, Gordon. Sure. So in that section, Agent Durst, you have 32 different items that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Medical records of Mr. Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Interviews of people, correct?
Yes.
Interviews of people on the scene, correct? Did you do this on purpose? No, that's okay. You can turn the lights on. On that list, you include 32 different items, correct?
Yes.
As much information as possible, correct?
Yes.
And there's a subsequent page to that, correct?
Yep.
Another 20 additional items on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you had all of those items that you reviewed, and you had my client's written statement, correct?
Yes.
You had the tape recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all of that you had prior to penning the letter of January 23rd, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And that's on page 1, right?
Yes. You mean the letter that I sent to Deputy Becker?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes.
So if for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, could you read the paragraph that says, I have reviewed all the materials to them?
Sure. I have reviewed all materials provided to me by the Columbus Division of Police to include investigative reports, photographs, laboratory results, autopsy reports, statements, audio recordings, and video recordings. I have found no discrepancies or conflicts between items of physical evidence and the statement of Detective Mitchell regarding what occurred during the incident.
Boom.
Physical evidence, correct?
Another great witness for the defense.
A written statement, correct?
Yes.
And based on his written statement that was given, you have no conflicts that the way the physical evidence is, the way what you examined conflicts with my client's statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, you got involved, I think, late October of 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Met with prosecutors, met with many individuals, because you did a thorough job, correct?
Yes.
You pride yourself on doing a thorough job, correct?
Yes.
And again, you indicated that there is no way to tell the order of the shots.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the flight paths that you talk about, I think what you were trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, if I understand this right. If a flight path is, example of my pen, we'll put it up here, right? Okay. That flight path, if the analysis is from this side, what would that flight path be?
From right to left and downward.
Right, from right to left and downward. But what you're saying is you can't tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if the gun was here, 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 or here. Correct?
In some situations, that's correct. Again, with the vaporous lead on the seat,
Sure.
we can make some assumptions about the distance. But generally speaking,
Unleaded.
Like that.
And some of the flight paths in there probably occurred when the gun was in the back seat, correct? It's possible.
Possible.
Okay. And you mentioned the soot and stuff on the seat, correct?
Yeah.
That means that the gun was between 0 and 16 or 18 inches from that seat.
Approximately, that's what I would anticipate. Yes.
However, when it goes through the seat and then out, you have no idea where that bullet goes from there, correct?
Unless there's another ballistic event along that flight path that we could connect to that trajectory.
Was there another ballistic event that you could compare that to? Did you find a projectile from that?
Which flight path are we referring to?
Flight path through the seat that you have going down to the left.
Are we talking about the one that goes? There's two seats. We got a seat in the front seat, the front driver's seat.
The headrest.
Okay. Yes, it's going downward, and no, there was no bullet recovered with that. There was no third point. There's no.
So even though you put the dowel through and you thought it was going this way, once something goes through an object, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to a bullet that goes through an object and it tumbles.
If a bullet tumbles, if it becomes destabilized in its flight, yes, it can curve left, it can curve right, it can deflect.
But your analysis, you believe that it should have gone this way, but you found no projectile to confirm that.
I found no projectile. I had no evidence to suggest that that bullet was in destabilized flight.
You just don't know.
There was no bullet strike on the lower left side, correct?
Correct.
There was no projectile found there, correct?
That's correct.
So that doesn't really make any sense, right? You would think that the bullet or projectile strike should be down there if you're putting the dowel like that, correct?
Yes, unless it's one of the projectiles recovered from the body of Ms. Castleberry.
Okay. So in terms of, I think you told Mr. Cable on direct that just like you have no idea where the actual, you have an idea, there's a path that the gun must have been pointed, correct?
Yes.
But you have no idea if a person's standing here with the gun, right, on this side of it? The person could be standing on this side, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The person could be standing right there in the middle of it.
Yes.
Okay. And the same could be said of the target. You have no idea where the target is at that point in time.
That's correct.
Based on the flight path directive, correct? Okay. And I think one of the flight paths, you never found a projectile to connect to it. That's one we were just talking about, right?
The one through the roof, we didn't find a projectile either.
Okay, so two of them, right? And I believe you testified that malfunction was new to you, but you believed it was not intentional.
That's correct. Yes.
Pretty difficult to intentionally do that with what you reviewed in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say with the flight paths that there was just
He unintentionally didn't shoot her 10 times.
Your analysis was as though we were in the front seat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a flight path going this way, top down.
Yes.
Left to right. Right to left.
Right to left. Yes.
Okay, so it's going this way.
Yep.
There's another one that's going this way. The
Yes.
opposite
Yep.
way.
Yep.
There's another one that's kind of going kind of straight, right?
Yes.
Okay. 3 different directions, correct?
Yes.
Consistent with somebody moving or a target moving in 3 different directions? That could be reasonable, correct?
That's possible. Yes.
Okay. It could be reasonable to infer that, correct?
The angle of the weapon is changing based upon the shot trajectory. What's causing that? I can't say.
But it's not unreasonable to believe that the person in the back might have been moving, correct?
That's true. Yes.
If someone were shooting at you in the back seat of a Mitsubishi Galant, would you be moving, sir?
Right?
Yes.
I wouldn't be in the back of a Mitsubishi Galant.
Hey, $25 is $25, Jeff. Come on.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Can't argue with that.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? And I think you told Mr. Cable this, but all the shots were fired from inside the vehicle.
That is correct.
Okay. And have you had to fire?
All the shots were fired from inside the vehicle.
You have the protective gear on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because it's pretty loud when you're firing a firearm training, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had to fire a weapon inside a vehicle?
Yes.
And how did that sound to your ears?
We had ear protection on, but it's loud.
Wow. Could you hear much else after you fired inside a vehicle?
With ear protection on, I had no problem. I've never fired a weapon inside a vehicle without ear protection.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that's a loud situation?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you might not be able to hear something that's being said to you after that point in time, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Reasonable, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, based on your thorough review of everything, of the 50-some, I apologize, let me get this right. Of the 52 items and all the different aspects, you indicated that you compared all of that to Mr. Mitchell's statement, and there were no discrepancy or conflicts between his written statement and the physical evidence, correct?
My analysis of the physical evidence, there was no discrepancies that I found to Mr. Mitchell's statement.
Compared to his written statement. Agent Durst, nice to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Any redirect? Briefly. Special Agent Durst, we were talking about no physical discrepancies with the physical evidence. Were you looking for other discrepancies in his testimony?
No.
So if he says the door wasn't open, but the video you saw showed it was open, is that of note for you, or are you just tracking bullet paths?
I'm just looking at the physical evidence.
And you would, if I'm not mistaken, you would not have had access to anything that happened after you received the stuff you did in November of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, that's everything I've looked at is listed in the report.
So you would not have looked at the synced up video, which matched audio and video?
Not at the time of my analysis, no.
And again, in analyzing this forensic evidence, can the forensic evidence in this case really, or most any case, tell you whether the person who fired these shots, which you've gone to lengths to track, Can it tell you whether the person fired these shots in anger?
No.
In self-defense?
No.
Justification?
No.
Well, somebody better start showing that somebody fired for some particular reason. Okay, why are we approaching? Oh, well, I guess we're at lunch break. Are they going to tell if it's
Could it
lunch
be?
break?
Yeah, that would be about right? 12:15 Eastern time now. Columbus is Eastern time zone. Let me see.
Okay, this was
Sure
about an
it is.
hour ago. So, oh, they come back here in just a second. But no audio.
12:15 in Columbus, so they'll be getting ready for, they're breaking for lunch. That's a happy bailiff.
Like a fat Tom Waits.
Yeah, get a haircut, man.
Pride.
Well, the other bailiff gets all the haircuts.
Yeah. Tell which one gets laid. He's like, yeah, go buy me some donuts.
Yeah,
All
right. One of those two guys is married.
Oh God, and he's chewing gum in court too. Oh, they're both chewing gum. All right, what the hell? All right, well, I guess they're not going to tell us when they're coming back. But this was an hour ago, and they're still gone as we speak. So yesterday they did a 2 hour, well, like an hour and 45-minute lunch. I guess they're doing one of those again today. So
hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, they did an hour and 45. They do half-hour breaks, an hour and 45-minute lunch.
Oh my God!
So there's very little time, so which makes it nice because I get to catch up easily and get some sleep at night. I was expected to be awake till like 3 o'clock in the morning every day. We're doing pretty good. Wow. Again, they've got to start coming up with some mens rea stuff here. They're just getting people on to go, there's bullet holes in the car isn't helping anybody prove anything.
I can't wait to get
It's
out
going
of this
nowhere.
Office. Swear to God, this office I've got is like, it's like the windows are all open all the time. Every truck that goes by, every old lady on a bicycle, squeak, squeak, squeak. It's like she's riding through my office. Crazy.
And also, I don't know. Again, that was a great witness for the defense, I thought.
And so far, it's been yeah. I mean, there's been nothing that's inconsistent with the defense narrative of self-defense. That's the problem. Well, and he's got the stab wound.
Yeah. We haven't even started talking about the elements of murder yet. It's been a day and a half of guns were shot in the car. And of course, the reason for that is they're going to be saying, well, it was loud and he couldn't hear her saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, after the first shot.
Right.
And so all we've done is just, they say, I don't know, I've never done that, but it would be really loud. I'm just waiting for the state to put on some evidence that he committed murder.
Right. I mean, do we know if this guy took the stand in his first trial? I mean, he probably can't. I don't know. I mean, I hear he's in hot water for other stuff, so that complicates obviously taking the stand.
He did take the stand in the first trial.
Oh, then he's going to take the stand here. I mean, there's no point not to. Yeah, I mean, he's going to say, she stabbed me. It's a deadly force attack. I didn't hear her say anything like stop or I give up because of the auditory exclusion of the attack and the sound of the gunshot inside the car. As far as I could tell, she still had the knife in her hand. I didn't see any, she had a knife. I didn't see it dropped. And so that's evidence consistent with the killing being justified self-defense. How does the state overcome that? No. We just think he's lying. He could hear her. I mean, it's more likely than not, you're going to get damage to your hearing firing a handgun without hearing protection inside a vehicle. He's already been cut. It's reasonable for him to believe. What's the evidence that he saw her drop the knife and then shot her? I mean, there isn't any. It's pure speculation.
Yeah, the only speculative evidence they would have from that, circumstantial evidence, would be that the knife she used was found on the driver's side seat. It was found in the driver's seat. But when was it dropped?
And the point is not when it was dropped. The point is when he would know.
Yeah,
it was dropped. So she could have dropped it there, and he didn't see that. So he's not required to presume she's dropped the knife. And if shots had been fired by him while he was outside the car, it would have been difficult to argue she was, even if she had a knife in her hand inside the car, that she would have been an imminent deadly force threat. But now this witness just said all the shots were fired from inside the vehicle.
Yeah, and that's one of the other witnesses speculated that seemed to be the case, but that differs from what the prosecution said during their opening statement. They said that he had time to open his door, get out of the vehicle, and shoot her. So we've got a problem there already for the prosecution.
Yeah, I mean, we did in that crappy video, we do see the door open, right? I see part of a body, but it looks like part of the body still inside the vehicle. So you're still within the threat range of the knife then. It's not like he's standing 3 feet away outside the vehicle and firing shots into the car.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, it just seems like he was leaning a little bit out to
Yep.
I don't know, put some distance between him and her, as if he was in fear of another stabbing event.
Right.
So I mean, so far I've just I mean, it looks shitty that he shot a woman in the back of his car 3 times. But I've got to say, so far, got to go with the not guilty, well, just because nothing has been proven yet. Nothing.
Right. And as always in these cases, folks, nobody knows what actually happened. We don't know what actually happened. We weren't there. We can't read this guy's mind. All we can do is follow the evidence and apply the legal standards. And will he be able to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that he shot her, killed her in self-defense? So far, the state has not put up a compelling counter argument.
Yeah. So, well, hell, there we are. That's it. Another day. We'll pick this up where we left off tomorrow, I guess. Before we go, though, we have some business to take care of.
Oh, hey, I forgot that was up. Hey, this Saturday, folks, this Saturday, I can't believe it's here. I've been talking about it for months. 2 days away, Saturday, April 15th, our Law Self-Defense Advanced Live Online class. This is our full day class taught live by me to teach you how to be hard to convict, how to be an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to shoot a sex worker in the back of your car, I guess, or compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. Learn it all in 1 day this Saturday, 2 days left. And if you can't make it Saturday, if you have a scheduling conflict, register anyway, because we'll make the replay of the class available to all the registered students so you can watch it at your convenience over the next couple of weeks. Learn more about this fantastic course. By the way, folks, we have people who take this class 4, 5, 6 times. It's that much of a fire hose of information. They tell me they learn something new every time they take the class. Learn more. Register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. We're not doing another one until next year, folks. Now is the time.
And there's 2 days left.
2 days left.
I guess there's only 1 day if you happen to be on this side of the international date line.
That could be.
It's Friday morning here, so there you are. If you're over here, you want to sign up right now. All right. Well, Andrew, thank you as always for being here and providing us with insight, commentary, and witticisms. We'll send you the link tomorrow, and if you've got time, please feel free to join.
So how are you managing this in terms of time? Obviously, you're in a very different time than here, but are you breaking off at lunch and then picking up again the following day? Is that how you're doing it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Starting at ass early in the morning for you. What time would that be? That would be 8 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah. Right. 8
So it'd
a.m.
be 7,
Eastern, 6 a.m. my time. I'm 2 hours behind the East.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. You're in
Yeah,
Mountain
that would be tough for
Is
me
that
to
when I'm
do.
starting? 10,
Although-
10 Eastern. No, they started. God,
They started at
9
9, right? Ohio
They started
time.
at
That's
9
Eastern time.
yeah.
So that's 7
We started
a.m.
at
my
8,
time.
Yeah. So I started at 8, an hour early, so that we can get through a little bit and then pick it up kind of like we did today.
Okay. All right. Well,
Now
listen,
we're
it was great to be here. And as always, and folks, I hope to see a bunch of you on Saturday. And thanks again, Jeff, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
You are welcome. And thank you very much, mods, for being here. Thank you so much for the generous super chats. Thank you so much for all the subscribers we picked up today. Keep hitting that like and subscribe. And we will talk to you tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. Eastern. 8 a.m. Eastern. Be there. Be square. That's when we're going to start. And we'll see who can join us tomorrow. We'll send out the link to Andrew again, and we'll reach out to potentially criminal Sean to see if we can get him out here tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Thank you, everybody. Great to have you here. Prepare your questions for tomorrow. We'll have to see what the evidence shows. Take care, everyone. Good night. And remember, whatever you do, make sure to enjoy. Whoa. I'm sorry. I almost missed a super chat. Shame on me. Whew, good thing I checked that. I want to make all right. Hang on. We missed a super chat from Kingslayer Damocles. The last super chat of the day. Aren't vice units just state-sanctioned criminal enterprises? Like the defendant was a professional John and the lady yesterday was a pro. Well, they don't actually, engage in those activities. They're trying to catch people that are involved in these criminal enterprises. But there we are. And as I was leaving before we got to go here, wait, that didn't make any sense, did it? What the hell was I trying to say? Okay. As before, when I was trying to leave but didn't, as Flux says, be sure to enjoy your legal vices. We'll catch you tomorrow. Bye now.